they've got into the game. Walk On Sports Bistro puts everything we've got into bringing you a game day with a taste of Louisiana. Catch all your teams on over 70 big screen TVs. Dig into our mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine like po' boys, gumbo, and voodoo shrimp, plus fan favorites like juicy burgers and fresh salads. It's all made from scratch with ingredients you can't help but crave. Walk On Sports Bistro. We live for this.
Mac McCarter has been making Shreveport-Bossier better for many, many years. Community renewal, making Shreveport-Bossier a more welcoming, more inviting, healthier, friendlier place, one house at a time, one neighbor at a time, one block, one neighborhood, one community. Community renewal, 318-425-3222, communityrenewal.us. See what you can do to help make Shreveport-Bossier better than ever before. There are so many reasons to shop at Chevyland. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the area, for Pete's sake. But I'm just telling you right now, if you're in the market for a Silverado, that's the place to be. The Silverado LTZ that I'm driving around has everything that I'm looking for. Look, I'm getting older. Maybe I don't drive as well as I used to, which is why I love the front and rear parking sensors, the surround view camera system, all right there in that Silverado LTZ from Chevyland. 7500 Uri Drive in Shreveport. Together, let's drive. Keeping you up to date on everything associated with LSU, River Cities Lighting. The LSU updates at the bottom of the hour, every hour of the Tim Fletcher Show, brought to you by River Cities Lighting, 3908 Shed Road, rivercitieslighting.com, bringing bright ideas to people every day.
Hey, y'all, this is Eddie Kennison. As a former Tiger and pro athlete, I know what it feels like not to be at your peak. If you're tired, losing strength, or just not feeling like yourself, it could be low testosterone. That's where Rejuvenate Medical comes in. Their team knows how to help you regain energy, performance, and confidence on and off the field. It's real people right down the street with real support from a medical team that listens and real results you can feel. Schedule your consult today at rejuvenatemedical.com. That's REJUVIME medical.com.
Sports World 8809, Juella in Shreveport, Louisiana, is your local uniform professionals since 1973. That's right, since 1973, they've been taking care of your school uniform needs, your softball uniform needs, cheerleader, baseball, football, basketball, you name it. And for you refs out there, oh, they've got you covered as well. They got the striped shirts, they've got the sunglasses, they got everything you need. Sports World, 8809 Juella, just off 3132.
Morrison DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. They know and have experience with the best doctors and experts in their fields to provide the best care. If you or a loved one are injured, it is extremely important to choose the right lawyer. To see what they've done for others or to schedule a free consultation, visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417189. Results may vary.
The easiest way to reach us on the show is through the Live Oak Waste text line, 318-GUY-PILE, 318-489-7453. Brought to you by Live Oak Waste, liveoak-environmental.com. If your dumpster hasn't got the Live Oak logo, that's just trash.
Tiger weather now.
Not much on weather radar overnight tonight. Most of the rains have been north of the state line up in Arkansas. Overnight low 71. Partly cloudy Wednesday, high 91 degrees. Storm chances low again on Wednesday. Then increasing storm chances Thursday night and Friday into the holiday weekend. High temps in the 90s on Thursday with afternoon storms. I'm meteorologist Scott Lauriamore at the Weather Channel.
KWKH, Shreveport, Bossier City, 1130 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports.
The following is a paid program. Participants of this program are not employees of this station, and their views, opinions, and claims do not necessarily represent those of Town Square Media, its employees, or advertisers.
The following program is paid for by Tim Fletcher.
Yo, good morning, everybody. How you doing, man? What are you doing? What are you doing? I hope having a good morning so far. If you're up and at 'em. And our up and at 'em is not coming in today. He is up and not showing up at 'em. Good morning, everybody. This is the Tim Fletcher Show. Right here in Shreveport, Bossier, KWKH, 1130 The Tiger, 103.3 FM, 1130 The Tiger. We're on in Lafayette, too, and we are so thankful for that. 103.3 FM, 1420, The GOAT in Lafayette. My good friends, our presenting sponsor of the show is Alsco.com. Alsco. Uniforms, linens, facility care. 318-636-0404. Alsco, presenting the Tim Fletcher Show. Did you know you can call us on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline? 318-725-5945, 318-RALLY-45.
Hello.
What? Ed? Hey, buddy. Just checking to see. College football season really gets underway here tomorrow night.
We're coming.
Northwestern State tomorrow night?
We're coming.
Oh, awesome.
And we ain't backing down.
Heck yeah, man. The Demons haven't won a game in over 1,000 days, so Coach O, it'd be nice for you to show up there and root on your alma mater. That's very cool of you, buddy. I don't know if that's legit, Raj, but it sounds like he's going to be there. I don't know.
Hello.
Yeah. MudbugsHockey.com. I know this. You better be there or be square because Mudbugs Hockey is ready to get this party started. Get your tickets for the Mudbugs, 636-7094, 636-7094, mudbugshockey.com. You can text us on the Live Oak Environmental text line, 318-GUY-PILE, 318-489-7453. Do we already have traffic already this morning, Rogers? People need to slow down. You move too fast. Mate, a good thing. Oh, the moment, or is it a good thing? Moment last? The moment last? Is that what it is? The lyrics? Okay. Well, that I am, Edward. Live Oak Environmental text line, 318-GUY-PILE. You can get in touch with Roy Walters' team at 318-230-7125, 230-7125. You can also hit their website, liveoakenv.com. Live Oak Environmental. Dude, you've got to have dumpster service at your workplace, right? Why wouldn't you just go with the local guys, the good guys, save you money, better service, Live Oak Environmental? If you don't have the Live Oak logo on your dumpster, buddy, you know what's inside. That's just trash. The early riser portion of our show, Rogers, is brought to you by Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. Your local uniform pros since 1973. Sports World. Getting the job done, son. Sports World. Yes, sir. When it comes to school unis, when it comes to athletic gear, buddy, what you looking for besides what you got at Sports World? 8809 Joella, just off 3132. Here's something else for you. Not sure if you're ready for this, but I'm ready to give it out to you. We're on social media. Oh, okay, hold on. We're on social media. We're on the X at Fletcher Worldwide, at Fletcher Show, at Hey Boy Rogers, at AHester32. We're on TikTok, Instagram, and Threads at Tim Fletcher Show. We have a Facebook page as well. As a reminder, we broadcast the show in Technicolor sound and beautiful Panavision audio on the Tim Fletcher Show Facebook page, on our YouTube channel, as well as on Fletcher Show X, on X at Fletcher Show.
Here he is, having the time of his life.
Oh, absolutely. And at the end of the radio show today, we will upload each hour of live radio so that you can download later and listen back or listen in or whatever you might have missed, or just for kicks and giggles. We're on Spotify, Apple, Google Play, Amazon, iHeart, and so much more.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You know, it's time now for the SEC update, brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo Harris would love to have a cup of coffee with you to discuss your investment game plan. And, of course, the following is a paid advertisement for Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo Harris, certified financial planner, certified management analyst, Securities offered through Wells Fargo Advisors Financial Network, LLC, WFAFN. Member SIPC, Bo Harris Wealth Management of Conservant Financial is a separate entity from WFAFN. Bo Harris Wealth Management bringing you this SEC update. Yes, sir. We got football on the brain, of course. Won't be that long. Couple of games to talk about. Alabama, Florida State kicking off Saturday, 2:30 in Tallahassee at Doak Campbell Stadium. These two teams have met 5 times previously. Crimson Tide have a 3-1-1 all-time advantage. The last meeting coming September 2nd, 2017. Kalen DeBoer has never faced the Seminoles. Mike Norvell will be matched up against the Crimson Tide as well for the very first time. Ole Miss taking on Georgia State out of the Fun Belt. Ole Miss is 96, 29-5 in season openers. They've won 23 of the last 28 on the field. This is Lane Kiffin's 6th season. Does it seem like that, Raj? Is that about right? 14th overall as head coach. Yeah. The entire Ole Miss coaching staff is back for this year. Plus, they've added Joe Judge as a quarterback coach and Chris Kiffin. I wonder how he got that job as a linebacker coach. And oh, by the way, Lane Kiffin is already tied for 3rd with David Cutcliffe on the all-time wins list at Ole Miss. They're also 27-3 in their last. Okay, this is where you got to go. Hey, Ole Miss, who does your math? Ole Miss is 27-3 in their last 29 home games. I'll say that again. According to the Ole Miss press release, media notes, they are 27-3 in their last 29 home games. Rogers, what's 27-3 added? What does that add to?
I mean, one of those wins was double.
Maybe so.
Alabama or LSU at home, and they just said, you know
twice.
what?
Yeah.
That win is twice as nice. We're counting it twice.
That could be it. That could be it.
Mississippi math.
Ole Miss has won 39 games since 2021. That's the 3rd most among SEC schools, only behind Georgia and Alabama. Oh, by the way, but they are way behind Georgia and Alabama. Since 2021, Georgia has won 53 games, Alabama 45, and Ole Miss 39. Those are the 3 most winningest programs since 2021. Ole Miss has also averaged 526.5 yards passing in their last 2 season openers. That was against Mercer and Furman. Not going to get too much more of a test this time around with Georgia State. Vanderbilt battles the Charleston Southern Buccaneers in their season opener. 6 o'clock Nashville time. Commodores have won 3 straight season opener. That's the longest string of season opening wins since they won 6 in a row from 1970 to 1975. Way back when, Vandy was absolutely automatic in the season openers, and I'm talking way back when. 1904 to 1938, Vanderbilt won 35 straight season openers.
Believe me, my great-grandfather put a bunch of money on Vandy back then.
Yes.
It earned him good in the beginning.
But then we understand. By the way, this also makes the debut for the new state-of-the-art facility in the south end zone at Vanderbilt. And boy, they needed it because they had a crappy stadium. Features living room boxes, loge boxes, club seating, field-level seating, founders suites, club suites, and open-air tailgate suites. It's also the home of the new football game day locker room. Will feature student-athlete training table and dining facilities for all varsity teams. So look at Vanderbilt joining the rat race here. And one more little update. Kentucky will take on the Toledo Rockets on Saturday at 12:45. This is the 53rd season that Kentucky has had Kroger Field as their home field. Kroger hasn't been the sponsor all 53 years, but you know what I'm saying. This is the 3rd time in 4 years that Kentucky opens with a MAC team. They're 1-0 all-time versus Toledo, last meeting the Rockets in 2019. Mark Stoops is the SEC's longest tenured coach as he enters his, how many seasons, Raj, would you guess for Mark Stoops? Longest tenured coach. Close, 13. He's the all-time winningest coach at Kentucky with a 67-73 record. How could he be the winningest coach if he's got a losing record? Don't you mean he's the losingest winner coach?
Where is he on the loss side?
I don't know. Kentucky brought in 55 new players for the 2025 season, including 27 via the transfer portal. Kentucky returns 39% of their rushing yards from 2024, 37% of their receiving yards, and just 15% of their passing yards. So, good luck. Starting quarterback Zach Calzada is entering his 7th football season in college. You heard me. Zach Calzada, like Saints backup Tyler Shuck, is entering his 7th season in college football. He started at A&M before there was COVID. I don't know. 3 seasons at A&M. 1 year at Auburn. 2 years at Incarnate Word. And oh, by the way, Rogers, you'll like this for Kentucky. Their roster features an offensive line that has 166 career starts between them. That's the 3rd most in FBS. So there you go. I think they're going to try to run the ball and do whatever they can to hide Zach Calzada, who will be getting his Social Security checks and starting the 5th week of the season. And that, my friends, is your SEC update brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Hey, look, in every client meeting Bo has with a prospective client, he will ask, what are you thinking about when lying awake at 2 o'clock in the morning? That's what Bo Harris is there to address, because he sells peace of mind. Addressing the problems that worry you is his calling, especially when it involves your financial lives. BoHarrisWM.com, 318-670-3101, located at 223 Fannin, downtown Shreveport. Bo Harris, super duper good dude. Would love to have a cup of coffee with you. Time now to say good morning to our old pal, Rogers Hampton.
Hey, boy. Happy hump day, Tim Fletcher.
Happy hump day, buddy. How was your Tuesday?
It was chill. I think the big boss lady gave everybody in this building like the afternoon off, because at one point it was just me and Dusty in this building.
Really?
And there was nobody down there. D was here for a little while. Puff and Greg left, I guess, maybe to go do some stuff down at GeekCon again. And me and Dusty were the only two in the building for like 2 hours at one point.
Wow.
I loved it.
I bet you did.
I went and turned all the lights off, lowered the blinds. Oh, and then I was close. That was close.
Yeah.
That was close, but
yeah.
Kane Ashby had my attention, so I couldn't
I
go to
get
sleep.
Well, I know all that. Everything else go okay?
Everything was good. Yeah, everything was good.
Good. Of course, yesterday, Raj, I made my way over to Superior Steakhouse for the big Radiance Technologies Independence Bowl announcement. Radiance Technologies has, and the Independence Bowl board announced yesterday that the local bowl will continue to be sponsored by Radiance Technologies for 2 additional years through 2027, with 1-year options after that. And Bill Bailey, the CEO of Radiance Technologies, a Louisiana Tech alum, who is also getting ready to, he and his company are getting ready to pour in about, $350 million into that.
The new project.
over in
Ruston. Yeah.
So
when the governor shows up, usually it's a big announcement.
That's usually a big deal. And this is a big deal as well. And Bill Bailey, the CEO, did say that, look, the reason we're doing the single-year announcements after 2027, he goes, we want to be the sponsor in 2030 as well. He said, but we also know the college football bowl season is going to change a lot after 2027 with what are they going to do with the number of teams in the playoffs, Is it going to expand? Is there going to be more conference realignment after the TV contracts expire? And he said, this is just our way
of not being locked down.
Well, he said this is going to be our way of allowing the Independence Bowl to kind of make sure that
Absolutely.
they are set in the right spot for whatever comes their way, that they may be rising up in the pecking order and may be able to offer more, and they may be right where they need to be. And if so, that's where Radiance Technologies appears to be ready to continue to support.
You mean
the
they're
local
being
bowl.
innovative in their thinking?
They are being innovative, judicious, and
You mean a company that develops weapons for the government?
Yeah.
Is forethinking?
That's what it sounds like.
Wow.
I know. So good news for the Radiance Technologies Independence Bowl. Happy for them and happy for everybody associated with the bowl, as well as Bill Bailey. 6:17 the time. Tim Fletcher Show, Rogers Hampton. Coming to you live on this lovely day from the...
Congratulations.
Why are you congratulating me?
Everybody's congratulating. It's a good day. It's an awesome day. Today, football fans all over America celebrate. Tay and Travie. Hello? Get excited. It's the biggest football news of the year.
No.
Football year has been made.
No, the Radiance Technology re-upping with the Independence Bowl is the biggest news.
First off, yes, that's local. That's great, and I love that. And I would never take away from that. But the fact that you guys, a sports station, are not the first to report and don't have all the information. Look at you guys. You guys always have all the stats. You guys always have all the information. You could unfreeze at any moment, Fletch. All right? And all of a sudden, I expect to tune into you guys and get the news. Like, all right, so it's 8 carats. Here's how much it costs. Here's how much the flowers cost. Here's how the engagement proposal went down. Travis is obviously a better football player because of Taylor Swift. Football has been made better because of Taylor Swift. And I feel like you guys are just overlooking it. So I'm not saying do better, but do better.
You got to remember that happened yesterday afternoon.
Doesn't matter.
And since then, the NFL cut line is passed. So that's way more important than this guy who's whipped. And all he's doing is securing his future after his last year of football this year. That's all he's doing.
Okay, when you bring the room down like that, do you feel that?
I do feel it because
that?
I have been against,
Are you good?
I just kind of went somewhere for about the last 3 minutes.
You were thinking of those beefy 5-layer burritos, weren't you?
I have been against this PR couple from the beginning.
Oh my!
Whoa, a PR couple.
And he'll back me up on it. I've been sick of it from day one.
He has been sick of it. Yeah, I don't think it's a PR couple, but yeah, he has been sick of it.
I've been sick.
I don't get it.
Hell with
Happy
both
for
those people, man.
I'm happy for both of them.
Yeah.
Happy for
boys.
That doesn't bother me at all.
It's all over now. Once you put the M into it, marriage, it's done.
Tell me how you really feel. Hey, guys, and this just in, okay, all right. This just in, we have Rogers Hammy. He's going to be doing some pre-marriage counseling, and it's actually going to be free.
It would be fantastic.
We're going to be giving away some scholarships through the Tim Fletcher Marriage Foundation.
Yes.
And you two could come and get some premarital counseling. And you know what? We're going to extend it to Travie and to Tay-Tay.
So I assume that you thought this was it was obviously very big news. It was on ABC News, the number 2 story on ABC News last night. Number 1 on ESPN. So you're realistically, you think this is a big deal.
It is.
Okay.
This is what every girl has dreamed of. Like, we have been
living vicariously through her?
Yes.
Okay.
Because we ain't never going to get a Travie.
Do you really want a Travie?
Yeah.
Do you really want a Swiftie?
Yeah.
Well,
see, I don't mind them. I like Travis. I like Taylor Swift. She's fine. I don't like her. I'm not a music fan of hers, but I respect the heck out of the kid.
we've heard your music taste.
Yeah.
Nobody here in the building would ever
Correct.
go to a concert with you.
That is also
I'd go with Rogers. We'd probably end up making out.
Yeah, that's true.
In front of everybody.
Right. I know how you guys are. You
At
can't keep your hands off each other whenever you're at a concert. But, yeah.
Well, they kept saying kiss. So there we were.
I'm happy for them. Good for them.
All right. Well, I just feel like you guys should really step up your game. And you guys are.
We are 3
sports
degrees in here, Chica. Mr. I hate them both. Hester could care less, and I'm fine and dandy happy for him.
Do you guys like Travis at all?
I like Travis Kelce, yeah. I
You?
like the Kelce brothers.
No.
Who do you like, Roger?
No, I'm
just
just sick of the national media thinking that's an important story. People get engaged and married and divorced every stinking day.
That's true.
The only good advice I've got for him is the last 5 years of their marriage, they won't speak to each other. That's the best part.
In other news, Edgar Martinez and Ichiro are coming back.
No, they're not.
Okay, see, I was trying to pivot back to
but
baseball or whatever.
You
boring
named
thing
two
you're
very
into.
good Seattle Mariners.
I know. I grew up watching
good.
the Mariners. That's
very good.
We grew up watching the Mariners.
Yes, you did.
Anyway, did I as long as I threw Rogers off, I win.
Win.
As long, and I love how you looked up there to the TV to see if that's where I got the names from.
Yeah, what?
I was like, what are we missing?
Good for you. Good for Chica. Ladies and gentlemen, Chica, who works somewhere in the building every now and then. We'll take a quick timeout, come back for another quick segment. Of course, we have got your Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations beginning at 6:30 today with Coy Brotherton of Parkway and Jerry Byrd of Plain Dealing this hour. All part of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations, your appliance and furniture store at 814 Shreveport Barksdale, selling factory direct appliances with up to 50% off big box store prices. They're open 10 to 6 today. Skent-N-Dent Appliances and Furniture bringing you our high school coaches conversations. The early riser portion of our show is brought to you by Sports World 8809 Joella. The Tim Fletcher Show is presented by Alsco, uniforms, linens, and facility care. We'll be back right after this.
11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
We appreciate Sports World bringing you the early riser portion of our show every day from 6 until 7. They're opening their doors a little bit after that. Give them some wakey time. But when they're there, you know you're getting the ultimate sports professionals at Sports World, 8809 Joella. We know baseball, football, basketball, soccer, track and field. Name the sport, we've got the world for it. Sports World, they control the universe of our local sports. If they ain't got it, you can't play it. Sports World.
Are you passionate about making a difference in your community? The Caddo Council on Aging needs you. Become a volunteer ombudsman and advocate for the rights and well-being of individuals in nursing and long-term care facilities. Your compassion and dedication can help ensure residents' rights are not violated. Join the team and be their voice. For more information or to report a concern, call the Caddo Council on Aging at 318-676-7900. Volunteer today and change a life tomorrow.
If your end of summer plans don't include a trip to Macy's, then you're missing out because our Labor Day sale has huge savings to wrap up the season in style. Like dresses from Karl Lagerfeld and INC, 100 and under. Plus, just what you need for fall. Like Levi's for your whole crew, 30 to 40% off. It's also the best time to update your home with our lowest prices of the season on furniture, mattresses, and more. Hurry in. Macy's Labor Day sale is going on now. Savings off already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Cormier Family Dentistry has been with us for quite some time for a good reason. They're really nice. Their staff, warm, welcoming. They take the anxiousness out of going to the dentist. Cormier Family Dentistry, 868-4072. Adam and Jana Cormier, the dynamic duo of dentistry. GBT has been our stand-by-us bank for quite some time. When it comes to a bank that delivers service, that delivers financial products, that delivers modern banking at your fingertips, I can think of nobody better than GBT, the great banking team.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
Hey now, 6:25 the time, Tim Fletcher Show, Rogers, Hambone, Hampton here on this beautiful day. Raj, yesterday, oh boy, your microphone just dropped, fell off the face of the earth there, didn't it, Raj? That's nice. Welcome back to Tim Fletcher Show. Presenting sponsor, Alsco. Uniforms, linens, facility care, first aid, and so much more for your workplace. Get in touch with Alsco at alsco.com, 636-0404. Also want to say good morning and welcome to the Tim Fletcher Show from our friends over at Sports Cards of Louisiana. We've got a new sponsor, Raj. I like these people a lot. They're really, really good folks. Sports Cards of Louisiana. Located at 3000 North Market, Suite 178. You know where the Brooksers is on North Market. We'll take a right on the little road between Brooksers and Walgreens. And right there on the, what side is that, Raj? The north side of Brooksers? I'm very terrible at that. The north side of Brooksers, on the side there is where you'll find Sports Cards of Louisiana, a 5,000 square foot local card shop. There you can find all kind of things, from whether it's Topps, Panini, Upper Deck, all the sports cards you want, as well as Magic the Gathering, Pokemon, and so much more. They've got game nights and everything at Sports Cards of Louisiana. As a matter of fact, Raj, I picked up a couple of boxes of Topps Finest while I was there yesterday. And check this out. Got a little rookie patch auto of James Wood, 6 out of 99. How's that for a nice-looking card there, huh? Wow. Yeah. Checked out the comps for it. That's worth about $275, which paid for the box. Also got an Aaron Judge out of 20, 5 out of 20 here. That's a good-looking card. So I was very happy. Got a little Jacob Wilson, Mojo Refractor out of 150. Got Ellie Cruz out of 250. Got my man Kevin Alcantara, the Cubs, out of 325. Rookie card there. Rookie card for the Orioles, Tomoyuki Sagano. Got a Vlad card out of 26. Jarren Duran out of 200. Hunter Green out of 200. This is out of 2 boxes, by the way. Francisco Lindor out of 99. Juan Soto, a creator card out of 125. Spencer Schwellenbach out of 350, the rookie pitcher for the Braves. Just a mega haul from the Topps Finest there at Sports Cards of Louisiana, and got a Mojo Refractor of a rare Nick Kurtz rookie card that's also worth about $80 today. So there you go. Sports Cards of Louisiana. Glad to have you on board. Big fan of Joey and Sarah. They do an incredible job. And they have 2 locations. They have one now on the Air Force Base for all the servicemen and women at Barksdale, and they are extremely busy there. Did not know that Barksdale has a commissioner of gaming or something, Raj. Like, you know, it's their own city. There's 15,000 people out there. Yeah. You know, and so, but they put on, you know, games and stuff for their folks that are out there in the Air Force. And that includes, you know, having Magic the Gathering nights, Pokemon nights, kids, and all that good stuff out at the Barksdale Annex version of Sports Cards of Louisiana. Once again, 3000 North Market Street, Suite 178 on the north side of Brooksers, between Brooksers and Walgreens off North Market, just north of I-220. 6:29 the time. When we come back, we're going to do a little visiting with our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversation head coach, Coy Brotherton of Parkway. That's all coming up here in the early riser portion of our show, brought to you by Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. Your local uniform professionals since 1973. The Tim Fletcher Show, presented by Alsco.com, 318-636-0404. Back after this. Bring it in, kids. Come on, get around. Coach McCoachson speaking here. Sports World. They are your local uniform professionals. Of course, football season, we know the old Jack and his crew got everything for you at Sports World. That's where I go for everything. See these coaches shorts? Think they make these things on trees? Think these make these things out of natural fabric? Heck no! But I know I can get them at Sports World. Cleats? Yep. Hats? Yep. I carry 3 or 4 hats because they got to throw 3 of them on the sideline. Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. They've been in business 50 years. That's as long as I've been Coach McCoachson.
You don't need a holiday to pick up a delicious Honey Baked ham. Anytime is a great time to enjoy one of their sweet hams or turkeys. Honey Baked also offers a great selection of gift packages made to fit any occasion. Their menu and good service are just 2 reasons to stop by and order. Looking for lunch? They have a great deli offering deli-style sandwiches along with all the fixings, a cookie, and a drink. That's Honey Baked Hams, located at 5739 Uri Drive in Shreveport. To learn more, go to myhoneybakedstore.com.
Who knew that wallpaper is making a comeback? I tell you who knew. River City's Lighting. Yeah, the same folks who have your interior lighting, your exterior lighting, your wall accoutrement. They also have your wallpaper. River City's Lighting, 3908 Shed Road, rivercitieslighting.com. We know that when the air conditioner goes kaput, we call AccuTemp. When the heat's on the fritz, you call AccuTemp. The best way to get this whole thing started is when you begin to put in a new unit, just call AccuTemp. No more kaput, no more fritz. 861-2255. Live Oak Waste is here to take care of your trash every single day. Why are you worried about that? That is the last thing that should be on your mind. You've got a business to run, a school to take care of, a restaurant to take care of, a retail center. Why are you worried about your trash? Stop fretting. Just call Live Oak, 230-7125, 230-7125. Hit the website, liveoak-environmental.com. Live Oak Waste, bringing you the text line on the Tim Fletcher Show.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Fox Sports plays here.
Hey now, welcome back, guys. Tim Fletcher Show presented by Alsco.com, 318-636-0404. Alsco, your home for uniforms, linens, facility care, and more. Our little radio show also is brought to you by Spell Brothers Lumber, located at 1321 Martin Lane in Bossier, bringing you Tech Tuesday. And throughout the high school football regular season, they'll also be handing out the Laying the Lumber Award to the hardest-hitting, most rambunctious high school football players of the week. Spell Brothers Lumber, the home of hot shot delivery service, lumber, hardware, windows, doors, whatever it is you order from locally owned and operated Spell Brothers Lumber. They will deliver quickly and efficiently to your job site, unload it, and then here's the deal. After your work is done there with all of that and you have some unused materials left over, undamaged materials left over, just call Spell Brothers Lumber. They will come right back out there, pick up that unused and undamaged material, bring it back to Spell Brothers Lumber, and give you a store credit. John Solomons and the local boys over at Spell Brothers Lumber, 318-747-1194, spellbroslumber.com. Time now for an LSU update brought to you by River City's Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City, where they've got light fixtures for inside the house and outside the house. Scott does a nice thing here on dandydon.com this morning with the numbers to know. Clemson, 1-6 against the spread in their last 7 games against SEC opponents. According to the CBS Sports model, LSU goes on the road and covers in well over 60% of the simulations. LSU still a 3.5-point dog at DraftKings. Clemson had the 8th most explosive plays in the country last year with 78 plays that covered 20 yards or more. They ranked in the top 10 in plays of 10, 20, and 30-plus yards. LSU, on the other hand, was 26th in the country in plays of 20 yards or more, with 70 on the season. With all that talent on the front 7 for the Clemson Tigers, they were still 16th in the ACC and 85th in the country in giving up yardage on the ground. Clemson allowed 160 yards rushing last year. However, they also just about were a top 10 offense, averaging 452 yards per game with Kay Klubnik and a veteran offensive line and 2 of the top receivers in college football last year. LSU and Clemson kickoff 6:30 Saturday, season opener. You can hear the pregame starting at 4:30 right here on 1130 The Tiger. The entire game action with Chris Blair. And then, of course, post-game as well. It's LSU football on 1130 The Tiger starting Saturday. And that, my friends, is your LSU update brought to you by our buddy Kevin Bryant and his crew over at River City's Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City, Louisiana. Been around for 13 years. They are absolutely your go-to source for light fixtures for inside the house or outside the house, wallpaper, rugs, and everything associated. River City's Lighting, 3908 Shed Road, Bossier City, Louisiana. Joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline, as part of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations, your head coach of the Parkway Panthers, it's good old Coy Brotherton. Good morning, Coy. How you doing?
Good morning, Fletch. Doing good, man.
That's awesome, my friend. How's life in the Brotherton household now that football season ramps? I'm just kind of curious. I'm not trying to ask for any too much personal identification, but if you could give me your Social Security number and all your passwords, I'd appreciate it. But
you want?
As
you won't get far with much of that information.
Trust me, I know. For me, as you get closer to football season, what is it like in the Brotherton household? Like if we ask Mrs. Coy Brotherton, is there a change in atmosphere like about mid-August, early August? Would she say, oh, yes? Or is it you're the same guy on August 27th as you are on June 3rd or March 15th?
No, man, it's busy in our house. It's real busy. And August is always like that with school starting and different events and things that you have to go to, back to school nights and spirit nights and all that kind of stuff. And our kids are busy. You know, we got a middle school daughter who's in pep squad and tumbling and cheer, and we have Brooks who's playing flag football and golf. So there's always some kind of practice that she's hauling those kids to or picking them up from, and I try to pick in and fill in when I can, this time of year. But it does kind of crazy. But as the season gets going, you get on that routine, and it seems like September and October get better. But we're always on the go right now. She's a rock star. She's calling kids all over the place, and I'm thankful for that. And like I said, I'm coaching his flag football team, so we do practice one night a week. I'm trying to take him golfing, one day a week, and he's got some tournaments on the weekend. So it's busy, Fletch, and we try to – it's almost like you're trying to fit in high school football when you can.
I get it. And I just assume that everything kind of goes in a blink of an eye when you got kids that age and you're coaching. Your day goes by, I would imagine 5 days seems like it takes 2 days for it to take place at this point of the season.
I tell you what, I woke up this morning and I really was hoping it was game day and Friday already, and it was reality when I realized that we're only halfway through the week.
Oh no! So the opposite, it's slowing down on you.
Yeah, it's been a long week. Monday night we had a Lions Club Jamboree dinner there at First Baptist Airline, and Lions Club did a good job putting that on. But that was something we had to go to after practice, and then last night we had our community night here in South Bossier, so it was practice and then that. So it's been 2 nights in a row where I haven't been home before 8:30. And Thursday night we had the freshman jamboree, and Friday night's the varsity jamboree, and I'm already looking forward to college football Saturday and relaxing.
I completely understand. How did the scrimmage go against Ouachita, by the way?
We had some bright spots. I was very pleased with the way our offensive line kind of stepped up. I mentioned that was kind of the one spot on our team where we had some concerns just because we were replacing so many kids up there, and they were so good last year. So I think the 3 new starters that we had definitely held their own. They've earned their starting spot, and I'm very pleased and like where they're at right now at this part of the season. Against a good Ouachita defense, and they got that big defensive tackle going to Texas, and they had a few other big defense linemen too. And there were some times where those guys got the best of us, but overall, our guys held their own, and I thought they did a good job. And our 2 good running backs, there are 3 good running backs that are breaking in this year are new to varsity. We have sophomore running back, Damien DeCatacal, who kind of took over as getting the bulk of the carries there Thursday night, did a good job. And freshman A.J. Johnson, and we have the junior Braxton Black, who did a real good job too. So very glad to see those 3 guys produce the offensive line, and then on defense, Ouachita was pretty good. They had a quarterback that could run around, make some plays, and some good skill players, and they got the best of us at some times, but we were in the right spot. We just got to make some more plays there on defense, make some tackles, create a turnover or 2, and be there. But I think overall, Ouachita may have scored 4 or 5 times, and then we scored 3 or 4. So, if we would have been keeping score, we'd probably been on the short end of that. But definitely saw some things that are positive that we can take out of that scrimmage.
Coy Brotherton joining us here, Parkway Panthers. Of course, Caleb Williams, a multi-sport standout there at Parkway, missed some significant time. He's also a standout basketball player. How does his basketball skills translate on the football field? If you were watching him play, could you say, oh, yeah, that kid's pretty good at basketball by the way he does this on the football field? Or is it kind of he's just a good athlete and you can't really tell?
Well, he's a good athlete, but his style of play is kind of the same. You know, he's the kind of the point man on basketball. You know, and dishes the ball out, gives it away, and same thing in football. You know, that's what he's doing. And he's making plays. You know, he's dribbling the ball down the court. And, you know, he's going to cross over. You know, whatever he's got to do, and then make an unbelievable pass or shot. You know, to score. The same way in football. You know, he keeps plays alive with his legs and his athleticism, and he's got a rocket of an arm, and he can put it on you and put it on you fast. And he did that a couple times Thursday on some good balls. And, I'm glad he's healthy right now, and I hope we can keep him that way all year because he could have a big year if we can.
How big is Caleb now?
He's right at about 6 foot, maybe 6'1", but he's still not you know, just a lot of weight on him. You know, he's got a little small frame, about 170, 175 right now. You know, and I keep kidding with him. Eventually, he's got like a size 15 shoe. Like, he's going to be huge one day. We've been waiting for that. And you know, he's going to grow into that foot eventually.
And you mentioned last week, Coy, that the 3 offensive linemen that you lost had a lot of size. You guys were able to kind of maul a lot of people on the offensive line last year. And I'm curious, not only you mentioned that the 3 guys that come in did a nice job, but a player like Drayden Davis, where does he kind of fit in that protector, run blocker, tough yardage kind of situation? Because he's a fire plug, isn't he? About 5'10", 5'11", close to 240 pounds.
Yeah, and I tell you what, Drayden's kind of a underappreciated position, you know, from a lot of people. And I'm glad you mentioned his name because that's a guy that doesn't get enough credit for what he does, you know, for our football team. You know, he lines up at wing. He'll line up some at wide receiver. He'll put his hand on the ground as a tight end, and he's carried the ball a few times at running back for us in the last couple of years. And you know, that guy kind of he's a football player. He's very tough, like you said, a little fire plug. You know, and blocking wise, I can't say enough about what he does for offense, but it's just as far as like lining up and knowing where to go and going to the right spot. I think a lot of times you can kind of take that for granted because our system, you know, we're tempo, we go fast, and you know, we ask him to make a lot of those calls and checks on our protection, pass protection. You know, he's making calls of those offensive linemen every single play. You know, telling them, you know, hey, are we man on this play? Are we sliding left? We sliding right? And, you know, if he was to go out, we got some guys that we could put in, but that would be a drop off in production for sure. You know, and Drayden does a lot for us, just as far as scheme goes, and then, you know, once the play starts, like you said, he's a good football player too.
Sound like he might just be one of those Goodwill Industries of North Louisiana unsung heroes for the Parkway Panthers.
That's right.
Is he going to be, it sounds like a perfect-sized linebacker, too. Is he going to get a few snaps on the defensive side of the ball this year, or are you going to try to keep him a one-way guy?
Well, right now he's a one-way guy. We messed with him a little bit last year. He played a little bit of defensive end for us.
Okay.
But right now we've got a little bit of depth there at both positions on defense, and we haven't used him in that role, you know, yet. You know, maybe down the line if we got some injury. He's always mentioned. We just hadn't had to pull that trigger yet.
I'm just picturing this kid being the every coach wants to use him at some point in their position group that's at Parkway High School. Just, you know, kind of feels like he's that kind of kid.
That's right, and this is his 3rd year to start too, so he's got the experience.
You know, and buddy, when you start 3 years in high school, you have got such a leg up over everybody else that is not in that situation. And so I assume that's going to be a big deal for him as well. Of course, the Jamboree coming up Friday night, Lions Club Jamboree, take on Benton out there. And I'm just kind of curious as what you're expecting and what you're wanting to see in that Jamboree.
There's some things we need to clean up. You know, our meeting on Monday, I addressed with our defensive guys that we were in position, but we didn't make the tackle. Or when we did, you know, they got an extra 2 or 3 yards, you know, on that play, and just kind of being a little bit more physical there as far as making the tackle. And then on offense, I thought there was a few times where we had some missed opportunities. You know, had a couple of drops. Had one where we overthrew a guy. So just kind of executing those better, executing the passing game a little bit better. And, the one thing about the Jamboree, and this will be our first time to do live special teams, so that's always a point of emphasis this week of practice. We did a little bit of it in the scrimmage, but, when you're only doing a running clock live situation, we didn't get to do punt. We didn't get to do punt return. We only got to kick off once. I only got to kick off return once. So I always love the Jamboree because it's the first time that you get to do the live special teams. And sometimes those are some kids that, you look up and you got 2 or 3 kids that are on each special team that's what they do. They're special teams football players, and now they're getting a mix into the game, and that's always kind of fun and exciting for those guys. So, just going to Jamboree, I want to clean some things up on offense and defense, minimize penalties, and let's execute our special teams.
Coy, after that's all said and done, like you said, you kind of want to relax. Your Georgia Bulldogs have an afternoon tilt against the Marshall Thundering Herd. We were doing something earlier with our SEC update, and Ole Miss has got 39 wins since 2021. That's the third most in the SEC, 39 wins. Alabama is second at 45. Georgia has 53. 14 more wins than the third most wins in the conference. Georgia fans have been spoiled since 2021. So I'm kind of curious, as a guy who's pretty down to earth with your expectations and knowledge of the game, obviously, is surpassing 99.9% of the folks that are out there watching football on a regular basis. What do you think of Gunnar Stockton? What do you think of this Georgia team after 2 straight years of Big Ten winning national championships? Is this Georgia team a title contender in your eyes or not?
Well, I think what you said with the wins, you have to consider them just because of Kirby Smart and the success they've had at Georgia. But I tell you, it's hard to keep up with what we have and who's playing in this. But
Yeah,
I looked at a roster, not too long ago, just to kind of see, and I recognize Gunnar Stockton just because he's the quarterback, and we got a good running back coming back and a good tight end, but like all the starting wide receivers were transfers, and I don't even know what school they're coming from, and it's the same thing on defense, and now with the LSU's roster, and it's the same thing for LSU too, and it's almost as hard to predict of what each school has got because you don't know, so it'll be interesting to see. As far as Gunnar Stockton goes, I wasn't ever really a big Carson Beck fan, so we made it through that year there with him or those years with him. So I don't think Gunnar Stockton's going to blow the doors off anything or off of any team, but I do think like I said, you don't count out Kirby Smart, you don't count out that defense, and I do like the running game, and they got another tight end that not as good as Brock Bowers, but does remind me of him and Delp. So it could be fun.
Okay, fun. All right, we'll take fun for the Georgia Bulldogs. It's fun for the Dirty Red. Parkway, Dirty Red football getting after it again Friday night in the Lions Club Jamboree as they take on Benton in the opening game, right? Isn't that the opening game? Yeah, opening
game. First game, yep.
6 o'clock start, 5:30. What time is the opening game now?
It's actually 5:45.
5:45.
I don't know. Yep,
That's a strange time.
5:45.
Okay, all right. Gives people, I guess, home, getting off at 5 o'clock, an extra 15 minutes to get there for the 5:45 kick between Benton and Parkway. Coy, always enjoy visiting with you, buddy. Our best to the kiddos. And once again, coaches' wives, the true Goodwill Industries of North Louisiana, unsung heroes during high school football season. That is a fact, Jack. Coy, thanks a lot, buddy. Look forward to visiting with you again.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it. You have a good week.
You too. Of course, Reynolds Moore texts in, the Ole Miss fan there. Georgia has 1 win less than they could have, though, after that trip to Vaught Hemingway Stadium last year. So, there you go. A little smack talk. Ole Miss with their 39 wins in the last 4 years. Barely Moving text in. Fun little college football parlay for the weekend. Kentucky and Mississippi State lose to Toledo and Southern Miss, respectively. Hitting that parlay on it is plus 1,700. So, go. Okay. 17-1 odds on that. Breaking away, Brylan Washington, backup quarterback, up and coming for Parkway, breaking away. There you go, Brylan Washington, I guess. And Sewell, very good friend of Coy Brotherton. Sounds like Coach Brotherton is so busy he had to Google who Georgia was playing before he came on. Wow. Even Coy Brotherton's best friend chiding him for not knowing as much about the Georgia Bulldogs as he should. Coy, I tell you what, man, how quickly they forget. He was just traveling with you looking at baseball parks all over North America, 4 or 5 weeks ago with Roy. 6:51 the time. When we come back, we're going north to Plain Dealing. We're going north to Plain Dealing, where Jerry Byrd joins us. We are the Tim Fletcher Show with Rogers Hampton. No Hester today. He's got a school meeting that he has to take care of. So no Hester and his bright sunshine that he lights up the day here for us every single morning. So no Hester this morning, just me and Raj. Our little show is presented to you by Alsco. Alsco.com, 318-636-0404. Uniforms, linens, facility care, first aid, washroom facilities, and so much more. They can take care of your business as well. The early riser portion of our show is brought to you by Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. Jack, Jason, and the entire crew at Sports World are geared up and ready to handle your needs for school, football, volleyball, soccer, you name the sport, they're ready at Sports World. They have been since 1973. And don't forget, Porter's Cleaners. Drop your dry cleaning off by 9 this morning. It'll be ready by 5, in by 9, out by 5 at Porter's Cleaners. If you have a fine dry cleaner, Porter's is happy for you. But if you're looking for a fine dry cleaner, Porter's welcomes your call, Rogers, as we adjust the cuffs and zip the pants. And we'll be back right after this.
The 11:30 a.m. Tiger app, roaring loud and proud thanks to C&M Affordable Fence. From privacy fencing to repairs and more, let's build something great together. Stay locked in with 11:30 a.m. The Tiger anywhere you go. Download today for free.
That Chevy Silverado 1500 LTZ Texas edition that I am cruising around in is just a dream truck. I love the leather upholstery. It's got the cooling seats that are going to come in handy so much here as these temperatures warm up. Can you imagine the summer without cooling seats and leather upholstery? As big as I am, not a pretty picture. But the Silverado LTZ from Chevyland is going to take care of me as it always does. Chevyland, together, let's drive.
This Labor Day, the Home Depot is here to help you prep for the season. So no matter what you're working on, you can get your backyard ready for all the fall festivities. Refresh your garden with savings on a wide selection of colorful mums. Liven up your outdoor space with vibrant string lights. And find the perfect grill for your backyard barbecues this season from our wide selection of grills under $300. Get your fall project started this Labor Day at the Home Depot.
Back to school is on the brain. That means new notebooks, pencils, new everything. And while the kids are getting ready to get book smart, it's time for you to save smart with Straight Talk Wireless. Switch now and get a free Moto G 2025 with 5G when you activate select plans. Now that's a smart call. Get Straight Talk covered by Verizon's 5G network. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Offer valid through 10/19/25. Taxes and fees apply. Purchase of Gold Unlimited plan or higher required for offer. Must activate the plan in-store at Walmart. Cannot be combined with other offers.
The pumpkin spice latte is back at Starbucks. Crafted with our signature espresso and real pumpkin sauce. Then topped with whipped cream, cinnamon, and nutmeg. The PSL. Get it while it's hot or iced. Only at Starbucks.
Traffic brought to you by Jack Spring Electric. Online at jackspringelectric.com.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for LSU sports.
6:54 the time. Welcome back. Tim Fletcher Show presented by Alsco and Alsco.com. Taking care of all of Louisiana. You too, Acadiana area and Lafayette. Alsco.com. When it comes to your facility care, when it comes to your linens, and so much more. Uniforms, they can do it all. Alsco. The early riser portion of our show brought to you by Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132. Your local uniform pros since 1973. Sports World. Getting the job done, son, since 1973. They are your school uniform headquarters. Joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline as part of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations, it's good old JB, Jerry Byrd. Good morning, Jerry Byrd. How in the world are you, buddy?
Doing great, Fletch. How are you?
I am A-OK, my man. Has life kind of settled in for you in your new position after being the disciplinarian at Byrd for so many years? How long did it take you to kind of get back into that, I am now back to being a full-time coach. This is my responsibility. Did you just fall back into it naturally, or were there a little couple of baby steps, little get your sea legs under you moments?
A lot of baby steps. Probably the first one is, doing some stretching, trying to get down in a three-point stance. Again, took a little bit longer than 11 years ago, but no, it's been great. One of the best things about it is just reconnecting with so many coaches in the area. I know Coy mentioned the Bossier Lions Jamboree dinner on Monday night. That was neat. I didn't realize what a comedian Coy was until he got up and spoke in front of the crowd. Mr. Rowland, the superintendent, called him an assassin, and that's an apt name for him. But I'll know better next year a little bit going into that deal. But, just great getting back with all these coaches, especially the coaches in Bossier Parish, and learning from them, talking to them, and, reestablishing relationships, with people that you bought stuff from, BSN, Sports World. You mentioned Jack and those guys, and, guys like Corby Watts at BSN. So it's definitely been some baby steps kind of getting back into the whole coaching thing.
Well, let's see here. So you never have probably been to the Lions Club dinner, have you?
I have not. That was my first one. And I heard so much about it over the years. My dad was a member of the Bossier Lions Club, and I believe he was the president one year. And I just want to thank the Bossier Lions for all they do. It is a huge deal. Always knew it was a big deal, but really didn't understand it until this year. Going to that banquet Monday night, and then being part of presenting the plain dealing Jamboree Queen, who is Bree Newton, who is your LHSA Class 1A state champion in the shot put, and number 16 all-time for junior girls in Louisiana in the shot put. She threw it over 40 feet. She is going to be our Jamboree Queen. Great athlete, great young lady, and I'm excited for her to, get to experience all that come Friday night.
It's Bree Newton. Is that what you said, right?
Yeah, yes. It's Bree. We call her Bree. Full name is Brianna Newton. And, great. I asked her yesterday at school, I was like, are you ready for Friday? And she was like, yep, I have 5 dresses ready. So, I don't, it's a whole deal. I know the Jamboree Queens have a luncheon on Thursday, which is, obviously tomorrow with Principal Jason Edwards. I know they're looking forward to that. And, this Bossier Lions, the 72nd Bossier Lions Jamboree, big deal, and I'm just happy to be a part of it this year.
That's really cool. I remember back in the day, Jerry, I think the last one that I went to was probably, 2006 or 7. But back then it was still the crying towel, and each coach had to get up there, and whoever could come up with the saddest story about how pitiful their team was going to be would end up getting the crying towel. And if I remember right, they should have named the award the Billy Don McAlfee Award, because I think he was able to always generate enough sympathy for the Bossier Bearcats, and then they'd go out and win 9 games every year, and you'd go, I don't think he's telling the truth out there. I think they're going to be pretty good. But I love the fact that they had the crying towel that would go to the guy who come up with the saddest sack story out there. But onward and upward we go. You had a scrimmage last week up there in North Caddo. So what did the North Caddo scrimmage reveal about the plain dealing Lions?
Well, a couple of different things. Number one, I thought we played well on defense. Going into that, and I don't know how it is at other places, but practice time for offense is much more involved than defense. Probably 75% offense and 25% defense. We went out there and we played defense much better than we played offense. Offensively, we had some had some problems getting the snap, so we've been working on that this week in practice and feel like we've made some improvements there. But, some young guys, I think we played four eighth graders in that scrimmage. One of them I want to brag on, Xavier Wells Braggs. He's a defensive end and offensive guard. For him to go out there as an eighth grader and to perform the way he did, I mean, that was definitely a bright spot. And then, we had a couple of seniors that played really well. Jonathan Baker Shepherd from the safety position. He made some good reads, came downhill, made some open field tackles that we really liked. And then Jaden Ray, playing linebacker really for the first time, I think he showed he has some ball instincts and was able to make some plays. So I'm excited just about all those guys, and but the big picture is a scrimmage. We sat down on on Monday and watched the film, and the goal is just to go out there this Friday against Bossier and improve on those things we need to improve on, like the snap, executing better on offense, and just get better every day.
Well, that's just the whole thing about high school football, right, Jerry? I mean, there's going to be mistakes made. They're teenage boys. And so if you can eliminate those one by one, then all of a sudden before too long, you're going to be playing some at least quality football. And I think that's what everyone's kind of hoping to see out of the Plain Dealing Lions. And when you're setting goals and stuff, and I know that Rodney over at Calvary probably has state championship aspirations. Dennis down in North DeSoto probably has them. David over at Haynesville's back-to-back state championship game appearances. So I understand that there are a few schools around here that truly have dreams of being second week in December hanging around in New Orleans. But there are other coaches and other programs that are like, hey, we want to be good. We want to have a good senior year for these guys. We want to be a quality team, be competitive in district. What are the team goals for the Plain Dealing Lions at this point?
You mentioned it as you were just talking, and that's my main goal is that these seniors in this program, and we have 4 of them. I've mentioned 2 of them. The 2 others are Gage Aguilar and Jeremy Fisher, who is the Times Fans Choice Player of the Year. I want to thank everybody for voting for him. He is very deserving of that recognition. But I want our 4 seniors in this program to have a great senior football experience, and that's all I care about. And for them to do that, for them to be able to do that, they're going to have to stay healthy. And so I'm just praying that they stay healthy. I want them to have fun. Coming back from that scrimmage, even though we had some things that didn't go our way, like the snap on offense and other things. You could not tell that on the trip from Vivian back to Plain Dealing. The bus was it's kind of funny. When I was a young coach and we would not play well or lose a game and kids were cutting up on the bus, I'd get so mad. I'd get up and yell at them, and now I'm having fun with them. It doesn't matter, win, lose, or draw. High school football is supposed to be fun, and we're going to have as much fun as we possibly can. And again, we because of the numbers, we got to stay healthy, and that's the goal,
buddy. And I know one of the reasons, and for those that may not be quite as familiar with Plain Dealing as some others, staying healthy is of utmost importance to Plain Dealing, because right now you have how many kids dressed out there in practices?
22.
And so when you talk about losing one player to an injury at Plain Dealing, you're more than likely losing 2 for the position they play. And depends on where they are on special teams, you may be losing 3 players if someone goes down with an injury. That is, of course, the plight of 1A football and small rosters. Yep. That's just how it goes. Jerry Byrd, head coach of Plain Dealing, soon will be making his Plain Dealing regular season coaching debut when they take on Tensas. Is that still the week 1 game, Tensas?
No, Tensas no longer plays football.
I saw that it says closed next to it. I'm like, what's that about? All right, so Tensas closed. So are y'all open week 1?
We are open week 1. We'll open our season against Ringgold here at the Den on Friday, September 12th.
Okay. All right. So there we go. An extra week of prep time. And I think the same thing goes for former plain dealing standout DeMonte Johnson in Southwood. I think they have an open week in week 1 as well. So I don't know. Kind of kismet, I guess, that plain dealing. Southwood and plain dealing. Y'all get together. Why don't y'all have a little get together and have a little fun action there? That would be all right. Jerry, always enjoy catching up with you. Love your optimism, buddy, and the positive vibes out there, and I sure hope the kids are feeding off of it. And we all, I can't think of one human being that listens to this show or knows anything about plain dealing or high school football. There is nobody out there that wants anything more than for these kids to taste victory as soon as possible, buddy. So hoping it happens sooner rather than later, and best of luck in the Jamboree, and congratulations to Brianna for her honor as well.
Thank you, Fletch.
You bet. JB, Jerry Byrd, the foremost authority along with Juan Plaza as far as track and field around here. And that's why it's kind of cool that he's got a Jamboree queen that is a standout track and field athlete. And so that's got to probably make Jerry Byrd feel pretty doggone good that he's got a great shot putter as his Jamboree queen, because Jerry loves him some track and field. 7:07, the time we have wrapped up the early riser portion of our show. Brought to you by Sports World, 8809 Joella, just off 3132, your local uniform pro since 1973. Sports World has got you squared away, buddy, whether it's a javelin you need, starting blocks at track and field, or chin straps, jocks, and mouth guards, buddy. They got it all at Sports World, 8809 Joella. We move into the cleanup hour, brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. From 7 to 8, Fuzzy's is now 53 minutes away from opening their doors for breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos. Hambone and I hanging out. Our little show presented to you by Alsco. Uniforms, linens, and so much more. Alsco.com, 318-636-0404. From the Live Oak Environmental text line, LSU Maniac says, I'm 57 years old, and Jerry Byrd just made me feel like I want to go play for him. Well, if you have any eligibility left, you might be able to do it. Well, imagine, Rogers, what our bodies would feel like if we went out there for one play in practice. If we did one Oklahoma drill, what would we feel like the next day?
Dude.
Dead?
When Jerry said that he had to learn to stretch again to get I tried to get in a 3-point stance while y'all were doing that.
Yeah.
I couldn't hardly get back up.
Yeah.
I got down. I thought, okay. And then when I tried to get back, I was like, yeah. Now I understand your One Sports World commercial where you go, it's hard to find a 50-year-old football player.
Right.
There's a reason.
There's a reason why. Roger, there's a reason why whenever a putt does make it to the bottom of a cup, that I take the putter, the business end of the putter, and I fish my ball out of the cup like that. Sorry if there might be just a little slight damage to the cup, but I can't bend down there and get it.
I mean, they're going to change the hole anyway.
They'll change it
so
anyway.
It doesn't matter.
Exactly. All I'm doing is making the hole a little bit bigger for the next guys, That's why I like playing with my group, because, that's good. Good. I can pick it up from here, 6 foot gimme. I love it. We've got your SEC update coming up here in just a wee bit. Our little radio show is brought to you by the wonderful human beings over at Chop Shop. Buddy, they are geared up and ready for the Labor Day holiday weekend. Rogers, do you realize that Labor Day is this weekend?
I didn't until yesterday.
Labor Day weekend. September 1st is Monday. And so, buddy, they have got an entire meat case full case of farm fresh choice beef, pork, chicken, and so much more. They've got big and bold burger patties, which are fantastic, already seasoned and already patted out. All you got to do is throw them on the grill. Cajun donuts, stuffed jalapeno peppers, tallow fried tortilla chips, and party dips. They've got it all, and they're ready for you. It's time for some grilling and chilling, and nobody gets you prepared for it better than the fine folks over at Chop Shop. The samples are absolutely outstanding human beings, and I love their shop. I go at least once a week to pick up supplies, and I guarantee you I bet there's probably half their customers are multi-week visits or multi-visits per week. There's a reason why. They're good people. It's a great product. It's good for you. 724 Azalea Drive, your whole animal butchery chop shop right there off Line Avenue between Piermont between Azalea Drive goes between Piermont and where Chop Shop is. 724 Azalea Drive. Grab and go salads, grab and go meals, stir fry in a bag. I got stir fry in a bag. We'll be back with your SEC update right after these words. Hester, I was doing some math the other day.
All right.
I think there have been over 1 million people who have been serviced by Sports World in some shape, form, or fashion in their 50 years of existence.
Okay, I can go along with that.
Are you among that million?
Absolutely.
Aren't we all?
We are.
Do you remember your mouthpieces from Sports World?
Absolutely.
Shin
Boil them and cut them.
Oh, dude.
All that stuff.
The tasty stuff.
Yeah.
Sports World's been around for athletes for 50 years. They'll be around for another 50. Sports World celebrating 50 years.
Hey, y'all, this is Eddie Kennison. As a former Tiger and pro athlete, I know what it feels like not to be at your peak. If you're tired, losing strength, or just not feeling like yourself, it could be low testosterone. That's where Rejuvamine Medical comes in. Their team knows how to help you regain energy, performance, and confidence on and off the field. It's real people right down the street with real support from a medical team that listens and real results you can feel. Schedule your consult today at RejuveMeMedical.com. That's REJUVIME Medical.com.
Brewer Quality Homes has been a part of the Tim Fletcher Show for many, many years, and it's one of the favorite things we do on the show is what hemisphere is Donnie Brewer in right now? Where do you think he is?
Where in the world is Donnie Brewer? I'm going to say Argentina.
That's not bad. I was thinking Peru, so we're kind of in the
South
same
America?
neighborhood. Yeah.
All right.
Probably some kind of a Peruvian blowfish type antelope that he's on a hunt for.
Did you just combine two animals?
No, but Donnie Brewer does.
Okay.
Because that's what he can do.
If anybody can, it's him.
Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City.
Morris & DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. They know and have experience with the best doctors and experts in their fields to provide the best care. If you or a loved one are injured, it is extremely important to choose the right lawyer. To see what they've done for others or to schedule a free consultation, visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417189. Results may vary.
KWKH and K277DO Shreveport, 103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Bossier City's home for LSU Sports, a Town Square Media station.
Hello? Welcome back. Tim Fletcher Show. By the way, our presenting sponsor, Alsco. Uniforms, linens, facility care, workroom, washroom, first aid, they've got it all. If you work with it, they take care of it, basically. Alsco, uniforms, and more, 636-0404. Our show also is brought to you by the wonderful human beings over at Chevyland. Shop, click, drive. Chevyland.com. Chevy Drives America event is going on. Labor Day, of course, is a big deal in the world of vehicle shopping. How about a 2025 Chevy Silverado in stock, 1,500 crew cab models, 0% financing for well-qualified buyers, plus $3,000 in cash allowance. Yes, sir. Get some, want some. And you can also have a choose your deal. How about a 2025 Chevy Silverado 1500 LT, $659 a month, MSRP around $56K. A 2025 Silverado 1500 Custom, listed at $44,700. How about $34,999? And you want the 4x4 though, right? Because you're going to be out there mudding your 2025 Silverado 1500 Custom 4x4. $48,300. How about listing now for $36,495? That's over $11,800 in savings at Chevyland. I love Chevyland. It's where my feet meet. Chevyland, 7500 Uri Drive in Shreveport, Louisiana. The #1 Chevy dealer in the area, among the top 250 Chevy dealerships in all of North America. Jerry Montgomery, Steve Horn, and our old pal Bubba Winningham are ready to take care of you at Chevyland. Time now for your SEC update, brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo knows Doe. Bo Show. Bo Harris would love to discuss your investment game plan with a little cup of coffee, a little meeting. The following is a paid advertisement for Bo Harris Wealth Management, the former Captain Shreve, LSU Tiger, and Cincinnati Bengal. Bo is a certified financial planner. Securities offered through Wells Fargo Financial Network, LLC. That's WFAFN. Member SIPC. Bo Harris Wealth Management of Conservant Financial is a separate entity from WFAFN. Bo Harris. 318-670-3101. BoHarrisWM.com. Located at 223 Fannin in beautiful downtown Shreveport, Louisiana. Bringing you this SEC update. Rogers, you know these NIL deals that the college players are all, I don't know. Sorry, War Eagle, but Jackson Arnold is now a brand ambassador for Dude Wipes. And I got to give him this. They came up with a pretty good slope. He's at Auburn, quarterback, Jackson Arnold. Brand ambassador for Dude Wipes. The campaign, ad campaign is titled TP is for the Trees. Which, of course, that's pretty good. That's pretty good because, of course, the Auburn tradition of rolling Toomer's Corner after wins. Arnold,
that's about as good as it's going to get for them Auburn Tigers, boy.
Yeah, you know it right. He better going to be, because they're going to play like, they better have a bunch of Dude Wipes. They're going to need a lot of Dude Wipes. He said, I'm pumped to help bring Dude Wipes to the Auburn family. Because our fans typically don't know what toilet paper is, nor do they have an idea of what toothpaste or toothbrushes are for. So I'm happy to be trying to help our fans get into the 21st century. He didn't say that. He said, I'm pumped to help bring Dude Wipes into the Auburn family. It's a fun brand that doesn't take itself too seriously and ties to a great tradition at Auburn. So, yeah, that's pretty stinking funny. Good for them. Good for you. Got his Dude Wipes on, man. All right, so we're going over some of the season openers here for your SEC members. And who have we not talked about much here? Let's go to the Oklahoma deal. Let's talk a little Oklahoma. Well, no, I take that back. Oklahoma still hasn't put out game notes for the game. What's today, Rogers? Wednesday? Still don't have game notes available for the press. It's a way to stay on top of things out there, Oklahoma. Good job. Florida. Boy, tough opener for Billy Napier's crew, Raj. If they can make it through the season opener, I think it's going to be a good season. Taking on the Long Island University Sharks. Holy moly. Long Island University Sharks. The only way they have a shot is if Tommy DeVito shows up. A ching and a ching. Billy Napier, 3-2 all time in bowl games. And in his 3 years there, or 2 years there. How long has he been there, Raj? 2 years, 3 years? Oh, God, yeah, 3 years. This is his fourth year. No. Fourth year for Billy Napier.
I would have lost that bet.
I would have, too. He spent 8 years down in Lafayette, and now 4 years at Florida. Oh, this will be his fourth year. 19-19 overall. They give as
the
good
Florida
as they get.
way.
Absolutely. 100%.
Chomp.
That's how we do it. We haven't talked enough about the Arkansas Razorbacks for my liking, so let's check in on the Hogs as they get ready to take on an Alabama A&M squad that they know nothing about. Alabama A&M has a brand new coach, a brand new coaching staff. So they're going through Division II film to get a report on Alabama A&M. He goes, well, we got it as far as the film. The view's a little different. Camera angle's not quite as high as what we normally used to, but we got some good film on them. Alabama A&M's in the SWAC. The film came from Miles College, the site of an exodus for the top of Alabama A&M's current coaching staff. Head coach Sam Shade, which is the coolest name for any coach in college football right now. Coordinators Chris Schelling, Dennis Alexander, quarterback coach Kenton Evans, all were coaching at Miles College last year. And the Miles College Golden Bears topped the Southern Intercollegiate Athletic Conference and won an NCAA Division II playoff game for the first time to help stem promotions to the FCS level. Seventh-year quarterback Cornelius Brown is Alabama A&M's staple go-to guy. He's making his third straight start in a season opener Saturday at Reynolds Razorback Stadium. He's 6'5", 210 pounds. He spent his first 3 seasons at Georgia State, 1 with Tennessee Martin, and enters season 3 with Alabama A&M. The Arkansas Razorbacks open with Alabama A&M Saturday afternoon. And holy moly, Sam, you got to win that one, buddy. Oh, for the love of all things, please don't lose the season opener. And that's your SEC update, brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. You know, our buddy Bo Harris over Bo Harris Wealth Management, 318-670-3101. BoHarrisWM.com, 223 Fannin. He says, you know, any trip without a plan is left to chance. And maybe that's okay for a vacation where you're out there just hitting the open road, but it's not okay when you're planning your financial destiny. For instance, a football team would not go into a game without a game plan because they can control the outcome, at least control the actions to achieve that plan. Why would you go through life without a game plan? Why would anyone go through life without a financial game plan? There are a lot of reasons why folks haven't quite set up that game plan. However, Bo Harris will tell you the best way for someone to effectively construct and execute a financial game plan is to get a financial advisor you can trust who's looking out for your best interest and walk with you through the financial game plan stages to achieve the end result that you desire. A long-term relationship with someone that knows how to guide you through the various stages of life until you execute the plan during retirement and through your lifetime. Bo Harris Wealth Management. BoHarrisWM.com, 223 Fannin, 670-3101. Rogers, it's 7:23. We need to take a break. We're late. We'll be back with more of the Fuzzy's Taco Shop Cleanup Hour. Fuzzy's opens in 37 minutes, 4600 East Texas in Bossier City, and they've got breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos ready for you, hot and ready in 37 minutes. What you waiting on? Get your Fuzzy on at 4600 East Texas in Bossier. Back after this.
11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
The Cleanup Hour is brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Fuzzy's breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos are ready for you at 8 o'clock every single morning. And don't forget their daily specials. Happy hour, 2 to 6, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, 4600 East Texas in Bossier City. GBT has been our stand-by-us bank for quite some time when it comes to a bank that delivers service, that delivers financial products, that delivers modern banking at your fingertips. I can think of nobody better than GBT, the great banking team. Now that school is in session, parents are settling in a little bit, kind of getting used to the lay of the land. Well, I just want to kind of go back in time. Remember all those times during spring and summer we talked about, oh my gosh, driving down I-20 or Uri Drive or Airline or Benton or Line Avenue and having a rock hit your windshield, how that could just be crushing for you. Well, now I know how busy everybody is with the kids in school, with athletics going, band practice, you name it. So I just want to drive home that point again. In the midst of all of your busyness, if something as unfortunate as a rock hits your windshield, Glassquatch is there for you, buddy. They've been there for a long, long time, over 20 years experience. They will come to you wherever you are. Just the basics. If you got a rock hit your windshield, the fine folks at Glassquatch right here in Shreveport are here to take care of you. 318-824-5277. Glassquatch. Service so good you will not believe it's real. Mac McCarter has been making Shreveport-Bossier better for many, many years. Community renewal, making Shreveport-Bossier a more welcoming, more inviting, healthier, friendlier place, one house at a time, one neighbor at a time, one block, one neighborhood, one community. Community Renewal, 318-425-3222, communityrenewal.us. See what you can do to help make Shreveport-Bossier better than ever before.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
Welcome back, kids. Tim Fletcher Show presented to you by Alsco.com. Alsco. Uniforms, linens, facility care, and more. 318-636-0404. The Cleanup Hour is presented to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. 4600 East Texas in Bossier. Take the industrial exit off I-20. Go north and hang a right on East Texas. Head toward the racetrack, and you will find Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Whoop, whoop. You know, Raj, I'm not sure if you're aware. I've got to get you out there, by the way. You have yet to go to Chasing Aces. We've got to get out there. ChasingAces.golf. Grab a club. Chase that ace. It's golf, but louder. As they say at ChasingAces.golf, this is not your average tee time. Where birdies come with burgers, the music's always vibing, and the only rule is swing it like you mean it. Grab you a bay and have fun with all the different games that are available in the driving bays. Of course, the hole-in-one pot, $11,929 total. 9-hole par 3 golf course. If you pay, book your tee time and you pay for the hole-in-one experience, and you make a hole-in-one on, say, the second hole, guess what? $1,245 coming your way, and Heart of Hope, Sanctuary for Women, also will get money thanks to your hole-in-one. You hit a hole-in-one on hole number 5. $1,283 coming your way if you're the first one to hit hole-in-one there on hole number 5 today. And guess what? The charity of choice there, the Family Justice Center. The 8th hole at Chasing Aces. $1,283 for a hole-in-one, and also Community Renewal. One of our buddies here will also get money when you make a hole-in-one on hole number 8. The total pot is at $11,929, about $1,200 on most holes. Hole number 1, $1,703 with the Shriners Children's Hospital, the recipient of anybody who makes a hole-in-one there. It's a really cool idea. It's a lot of fun, and if you have not been yet, by golly, what you waiting on? The hole-in-one experience at Chasing Aces, the putting zone, the home run zone, the food, the wait staff, all fantastic. Right next to Margaritaville in Bossier City. Go to ChasingAces.golf. Raj, the Saints yesterday, Kellen Moore named Spencer Rattler the starting quarterback over Tyler Shuck. Kind of saw this coming, and I understand a lot of the hand-wringing over this, because why did you draft a quarterback in the second round if you're going with a guy who you had last year? And I know you can't know that until you actually go through the competition and the stages of everything. But in hindsight, yeah, is the Tyler Shuck draft pick a waste right now? Well, it appears that way because you didn't name him the starting quarterback. He's going to continue to develop as Spencer Rattler's backup. Rattler, of course, famously, Rogers, is known for going 0-6. That's what everyone's talking about, Raj. But let's not forget that of that 0-6, he didn't have Chris Olave one time that I remember. I think the Denver game at the end, when he came in, Olave and Rashid Shaheed were both available, and I think like 7 of his 8 passes that he threw were toward them. He didn't have Rashid Shaheed or Chris Olave together during his 6 starts. Offensive line was patchwork, kind of Patch Adams for every one of his starts. He still sucked. He wasn't good, but he also was hamstrung mightily by the injuries and the personnel that the Saints put out there. I'm not expecting Super Bowl. I'm not expecting playoffs. I'm expecting competency. And I think that Kellen Moore expects the same thing, Rogers. He thinks that Spencer Rattler is going to give him a good hand at quarterback, someone that can learn from his mistakes. We all know, Rogers, what happened last year. He played better in the first half. Halftime adjustments come around. He played poorly in the second half of every game he played compared to his first half.
And I blame a lot of that on the coaching staff that was
staff and the personnel.
You did not have an offensive genius running that team, especially after DA got fired. That's why, to me, these national jerks, that their narrative is just everything from last year, and I get it, but it's nowhere near the same scenario. It's not the same team. This like you said, this did not surprise me, and the Hainer thing did not surprise me. We've called both of those.
Yeah.
The entire offseason.
Right.
And believe me, he goes 0-2, 0-3 and sucks. Shuck's coming in. This isn't we're sticking with Spencer because he's the future of the New Orleans Saints. This is, right now, he's a more experienced, younger, inexperienced quarterback. They're almost the same dude. Just Rattler has started NFL games, Shuck hasn't. That's the only difference for me.
Yeah, and Shuck's bigger kid may be able to withstand a couple more hits. But Rattler never got hurt last year.
Because he can evade.
He can evade. He can get out of bounds and all that good stuff. Going to have to do a better job of when he does chunk it away, don't pull the Will Levis and throw it up for grabs, and grabs always wears the other jersey, unfortunately, it feels like. But when you look at the reasoning behind this, Rattler shows the ability to bounce back quickly after a mistake.
And what's the one thing we kind of heard all offseason and in camp? The team seems to respond to Rattler better.
Yeah, I think they did. There was
you got to put that into play.
If it was the second or third preseason game, Rod, where there was a nice little pass on the outside and there was a nice gain, and the reaction of the sideline, the reaction of the Saints players was very genuine, very real, and you could tell that they were fired up about it. Now, look, again, the Saints, our buddy Garland down there at WVUE, Garland Gillen, right now, I don't know which website this might be. Let's say DraftKings. The Saints are favored in one game this year. One game. Week 16 at home, they are a 1-point favorite versus the Jets. If you wanted to bet all 17 games of the Saints, 6.5-point dog in the opener against the Cardinals, 7-point dog at home versus the Niners, 7-point dog at home versus the Seahawks, 13.5-point dog at Buffalo, 1.5-point dog at home versus the Giants, 3.5 dog at home versus the Patriots. Yes, the Saints have 5 of their first 6 games at home, according to this. 8.5-point underdog at the Bears, 6.5 versus the Buccaneers, 10.5-point underdog at the Rams, 5.5 at the Panthers, 3 versus the Falcons, 7-point dog at the Dolphins, 9.5 at Tampa Bay, 2.5 at home versus the Panthers, 1-point favorite versus the Jets, and wrapping it up, 3.5-point dog at Tennessee and a 4.5-point dog at Atlanta. 16 of 17 games they are underdogs in. So, Rogers, the expectations are that big. There's no pressure on Spencer Rattler.
No, that's why I cannot wait to see the look on
hang on, Rod. Your mic's not on. Oh.
That's why I can't wait for these national yahoos to see the look on their face when all of a sudden that first they start off 3-2.
They can beat the Cardinals.
I think they're going to.
Cardinals have a good little defense, but they also have.
And I think when the Giants come rolling into the Big Easy, they're going to beat the Giants.
The Giants are not that good. Niners, okay.
No, I give that one up. Sure. I give the Bills up.
And the Seahawks, okay.
I don't know what the hell the Seahawks are going to do.
Who knows?
Exactly.
Sam Darnold
so for it to
lightning
be that
in a
cut
bottle
and dry,
last year.
Let the national media keep doing this. Just keep overlooking them, because all of a sudden you're going to be a month and a half into the season, look up and go, oh, damn.
Saints are 3-4. Saints are 4-3. And that could happen.
I'll take that in a heartbeat.
Look, Kyler Murray.
He sucks.
He's the same guy he was as a rookie.
4 years
almost.
ago, yeah.
Right. Has what growth has Kyler Murray shown as a quarterback?
None.
I'm not talking physical growth. I'm talking about growth as a playmaker in the NFL. What has Kyler Murray done?
He still looks as, I don't know what to do.
Look at the second half of Cardinal season.
Yeah.
They always go in the tank.
Yep.
Why are the Cardinals getting blasted like this?
Like, you know what? That's what I'm saying. Let the national media do this because they're going to have so much egg on their face after 2 months into
There
the
we go.
season.
Yoke's going to be on them,
Yoke's
Roger.
going to be on them, my brother.
Marvin Harrison, the big hopeful for the Cardinals, wide receiver out of Ohio State, can't miss project, right? Well, he's gone out and added like 10 or 15 pounds of muscle. You're like,
well, now he's going to be slower.
I'm like, your speed was your asset.
Was your asset.
No one ever doubted that you were tough and that you could be a physical receiver. You're Marvin Harrison's kid. You know, you've been
You're a Hall of Famer's kid.
Hall of Famer's kid. You've been through the car wash with him. Oh, sorry.
Yes.
About that. Bad analogy. But my gosh, you've added you might as well put 50 ankle weights on him. So, okay, so you slowed down your best weapon. All right. I love it.
With a quarterback that doesn't have that strong of an arm.
No, and Chris Johnson is not walking through that door to run for 274 yards.
Hell, Pat Tilley's not walking through that damn door.
He's not. So, hey.
Now, let the national media just crap all over the Saints. Because they're going to get a big surprise come midway season.
Here's another thing that we got to get going on with the Saints. They've got to do a better job in the draft. It's been horrible. Fletcher Mackel, our buddy down at WDSU, Jeff Asher, who does a lot of analytics for many things in New Orleans, including he's one of the top crime analytics guys in the country, and he happens to be a New Orleanian and a Saints fan. He was on WDSU with Fletcher and company and said that no NFL team has drafted worse than the Saints since 2018. Only one Pro Bowl player has been drafted since 2018. That's Eric McCoy. If this class and last year's draft class don't produce foundation pillars, the Saints are doomed, and Gale may have to be forced to have some front office changes. And I agree with that. So far, the Saints have released former second-round pick, a fourth-round pick, and a fifth-round pick. You shouldn't be doing that, Rodgers. You draft somebody in the second round in 2022, 23, 24, they should be on your team in 2025. That's, to me, Rodgers, a third, fourth-round pick is a high draft pick. Fifth-round picks, sixth-round picks, seventh-round picks are ones you can take some chances on. Like, hey, if they hit, great. Man, that is a bonus. Second-round pick, third-round picks, fourth-round picks, those are supposed to be your starters. Those are supposed to be guys that contribute, and the Saints are having to let go of guys who were second-round picks, fourth-round picks, and fifth-round picks recently. They have not done a very good job at all in the draft. And there is something going on, Raj, as far as the health of the stinking Saints. Landon Young, done for the year already. Got hurt in the final preseason game. Saints had to trade a seventh-round pick to the Cowboys yesterday to get a tackle that the Cowboys are probably going to cut. Saints have, before they made that trade yesterday, Rodgers, the Saints had 2 tackles on the roster. 2! Got to get better with that stuff. I don't follow all 31 other teams as closely as we do the Saints, Rodgers. I don't know if the Raiders are going through something similar to this, as far as healthy offensive linemen. I don't know if the Green Bay Packers have the same problems. I couldn't tell you if the Chargers are down to 2 tackles or are having to trade for guys to build out a roster depth at the offensive line. But I just know the Saints have done this, and that's not good. And again, you know whose fault that isn't? It's Spencer Rattler's fault. It's not his fault, Rodgers, the fact that the Saints have trouble keeping offensive linemen healthy. But yeah, the Saints, underdogs in 16 of 17 games. Now, Rodgers, this is do you want me to make your blood boil? Are you ready to see your your blood pressure go up? Prayer Champion says, any smart Saints fan knows the Saints need to lose.
Now, that's coming from a loser right there. Then.
Oh, that's a loser mentality, right?
Yeah, sorry. I wasn't raised that way. I don't play that way. I don't fight that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can have all that you want to. You can live in Loserville all you want to, man.
And here's the deal. And Prayer Champion, you are certainly A-okay with that opinion. I promise. That's fine and dandy. I have got no problem with it. That's the way you feel. That's also the way a lot of people feel. Rogers, I got buddies that tell me that. Saints better off if they just try to get in the Nussmeier.
That's just the stupidest thing I've ever heard, man.
Here's the thing.
Anybody that's a competitor, you're not losing on purpose, man.
No.
I'm so tired of hearing that kind of crap.
Fletcher Mackel, in his little walkabout that he did the other day, and he posted the video, and I said it last week. He said a lot of the things that I agree with. Talk to Jacob Hester. Next time you ever have a chance to visit with Jacob, or if you see Mo Claiborne around town, or Ronnie Prude around town, or Brock Berlin around town, or Keontae Dawson if he shows up, whatever. You talk to anybody that has played in the NFL or currently plays in the NFL, ask them if they would throw a game. Ask them if they would play to lose a football game for 60 minutes. There is not one NFL player that is worth a plug nickel that wants to lose any game that he plays in. And that's the thing that Fletcher Mackel brought up, because these people who say that the Saints need to lose and tank for the Nussmeier bus or Cade Klubnik or heavens to Murgatroyd if Arch comes out are not talking to the Saints. There is not one player on the Saints who wants to go out and go 1-16, 2-15, 3-14, 4-13. None of them do. Do you think that Cam Jordan, who has more money than he could ever spend, more money than his kids could ever spend, and more money than his grandkids could probably ever spend, do you think Cam Jordan, Demario Davis, same thing, do you think those guys would be back out there again at 35, 36 years old or whatever? When both of those guys could have very good television careers. They're both going to be really good on TV.
Or either one of them could have requested, can you trade me to a team that's going to make the
make it,
playoffs?
right.
I'm in my last year or two.
I want to win.
I'd like to try to get to a Super Bowl.
But you know what they did?
They stayed.
They stayed. And they're going to go out there and gut it out. And they're going to try.
They didn't stay to lose.
They didn't stay so that Arch Manning could be a Saint.
Take the job to lose.
And they didn't stay so that Cade Klubnik could be a first-round pick of the Saints, or that Garrett Nussmeier could play for his dad as a quarterback coach for the Saints. That's not why Demario Davis and Cam Jordan are back with this franchise, and Alvin Kamara. These veterans want to win. They're not going to tank. So if you are hoping that the Saints lose every game so they can get a quarterback with the first-round pick, maybe your wish comes true, but it's not going to be because the Saints are tanking. It's not going to be because the Saints players don't want to win. It's not because the Saints players aren't going to try to win. They're going to try to go 17-0. At this point, Cam Jordan, Demario Davis, Alvin Kamara, McCoy, Ruiz, all those guys who have been around for a little while, their goal is to be 1-0 after Sunday, September 7th against the Cardinals, and to be ready for the Niners when they come in with a chance to be 2-0 against the NFC West and 2-0 to shut people up. That's every guy on the Saints, every coach, everybody in the front office, Gail Benson, every one of them.
Which would put us in the exact same spot as last year,
and then,
2-0.
And then the wheels fell off.
Then the injury bug came a-calling.
You know what, Rogers? That injury bug, it may hit the Panthers. It may hit the Bucks. It may hit the Bills. Who knows?
And it will.
Right.
It will. I mean, I can't even imagine what my dad would have done to me if I had told him I had tanked in a game.
Yeah, I didn't really try that hard.
I didn't really try.
Yeah, I didn't feel like
I first of all, I wouldn't embarrass the family name like that.
No.
And second of all, I'm better than that.
Yeah.
As a human being.
Right. I try to win everything I ever do, Rogers. And
Like
I
Tom Hanks said
fail
it-
miserably many
like
times.
Tom Hanks said in League of Their Own, the hard is what makes it great. Because if
That's
it
right.
was easy, everybody could do it. The hard is what makes it great.
Absolutely, positively. And if you try hard, even if you lose,
you and I can both look at each other and say, as bad as our high school teams were and bad as we sucked, when we walked off that field that night, we had given everything we could. Because I know I'm throwing my guts up, win, lose,
Yeah.
or draw.
Right. And
I'm
that's high
soaked to
school.
the bone with sweat.
Yes, that's high school.
I walked off that field knowing I had nothing left to give, and we might have got beat 42-0 by Calvary.
Yeah.
But it was the same feeling I had when we won homecoming against Graywood and Baptist Christian. I had the same exhausted feeling because I gave 110% because nothing else besides that is acceptable.
Yes, sir.
And if it is to you, I don't need you as a teammate. And I don't need you being my warrior next to me. Because that means I know I can't count on you.
That means
I
you
can't
gotta do
trust
more
you.
work. That means
If
you
I
gotta do
can't-
his job.
If I can't trust you on the field or off the field, you know how I am about that.
Yeah.
If you're not trustworthy, I'm not counting on you. Guess what? Don't count on me. But I'm going to take care of my damn business.
Yep. And
Win, lose, or draw, I'm going to walk off and everybody's going to know, damn, Hambo played his damn butt off.
And that's what I expect to see of the Saints. Are they going to win a lot of games? Who knows? Probably not. Are they going to win more than they lose? Probably not. But I guarantee you, they're going to try. They're going to be closer than what people think. I think so as well, Rogers. I don't see 0-17. You know, as a matter of fact, I think they got a shot to win the season opener. I really do. I think the Cardinals coming. It's Arizona. You know, it's not Buffalo coming in. The Eagles aren't coming in week one. You know, it's not even Sean Payton coming in. 7:47 the time. Cleanup Hour is brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. They are open in 13 minutes, and they've got breakfast tacos, breakfast burritos ready for you in 13 minutes. You are so fortunate that you are available. If you're out there driving around, taking the kids, getting ready to go to work, whatever it may be, you, my friend, have an opportunity to get your day off to an absolutely stunning start at Fuzzy's Taco Shop. And a reminder, if you have your fantasy football draft at Fuzzy's Taco Shop, they'll take 25% off your final tab at the end of the draft, at the end of the night. How cool is that? Drew and his crew want your business. They want you to come out and enjoy the games, enjoy the tacos, the Dorado tacos, those deep-fried, shredded chicken tacos with the Dorado queso. Holy moly. 2 of them for $5.99. That's what it's all about, buddy. Fuzzy's Taco Shop opens in 12 minutes. Our show presented to you by Alsco.com. 318-636-0404. Our show also coming at you courtesy of GBT, the great banking team. You don't have to take out a business loan at GBT to go eat at Fuzzy's Taco Shop. I'll tell you that much. Holy cow. Great food for a great price. GBT, the great banking team. Mansfield Road, Williamson Way, 3400 Line Avenue, just south of Byrd High School in East Texas next to the Bellagio. Customer service is their calling card, and they do it as well or better than anybody out there in the banking world. If you are a customer of GBT, you know exactly what I'm talking about. If you're dissatisfied with your bank because they just don't seem to get you, give GBT a shot. I think you'll be very, very happy about it. We'll be back right after this. The Cleanup Hour is brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Fuzzy's breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos are ready for you at 8 o'clock every single morning. And don't forget their daily specials. Happy Hour, 2 to 6, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, 4600 East Texas in Bossier City. The Power Hour of the Tim Fletcher Show is brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. We don't know where Donnie goes, where he's traveling next, but we do know this. When you go to 3830 East Texas in Bossier City, you're going to get a fair, square deal on a beautiful manufactured home. Fair, professional, and on time. No, that's not how we refer to one of our compadres here. It's how Robert refers to Accutemp. Fair, professional, and on time. Wow, isn't that what you're looking for from an air conditioning service company? Going to give you fair pricing? Yeah. Going to be professional? Treat you right? Absolutely. And this is a biggie. On time. Dude, when your air conditioning's not working in the summer in Shreveport-Bossier, you want people there when they say they're going to be there. AccuTemp, 861-2255. Cormier Family Dentistry has been with us for quite some time for a good reason. They're really nice. Their staff, warm, welcoming. They take the anxiousness out of going to the dentist. Cormier Family Dentistry, 868-4072. Adam and Jenna Cormier, the dynamic duo of dentistry. When you text the old Tim Fletcher Show, buddy, you're using the Live Oak Waste text line. Roy Walters' crew is ready to make sure you don't ever have to worry again about your trash. Whether it's at a business, a restaurant, retail center, apartment complex, you shouldn't worry about your trash. Leave that to Live Oak, man. 230-7125, liveoak-environmental.com, liveoak-environmental.com. 230-7125. Don't worry about your trash. Leave that to Live Oak. The easiest way to reach us on the show is through the Live Oak Waste text line, 318-GUY-PILE, 318-489-7453. Brought to you by Live Oak Waste, liveoak-environmental.com. If your dumpster hasn't got the Live Oak logo, that's just trash.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for sports.
Welcome back, guys. Tim Fletcher Show, presented to you by Alsco.com. Alsco, 318-636-0404. Our little show also is coming at you courtesy of Morris & DeWitt Injury Lawyers. MorrisDeWitt.com. When it comes to your local representation, there's nobody as more local than Trey Morris and Justin DeWitt. They're local guys. They're here. Their kids are here. You know, Justin used to hit bombs out at Evangel. Trey Morris, Justin DeWitt, MorrisDeWitt.com, DEWETT.com. Morris and DeWitt bringing you our Player of the Week. We are 2 weeks away from our very first Player of the Week, and what a grand trophy that is presented by the fine folks at Morris and DeWitt Injury Lawyers. Check out the Google reviews of Morris and DeWitt. 1,700 5-star reviews. That tells you, hopefully, just about all you need to know. Time now for your LSU update, brought to you by River City's Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City. RiverCitiesLighting.com. Light fixtures for inside the house, outside the house, and all around the house. Dabo Swinney had his meeting with the media on Tuesday, talking about LSU. He said, we got a great matchup, obviously, with LSU coming in here. Coach Kelly has a long track record of winning for a long time. You don't get lucky and have jobs like LSU. He's a great coach, has his team really well positioned to have a great year. A very talented team on both sides of the ball, similar to us in a lot of ways. They've got elite quarterback play, elite skill, and they got dudes in the trenches on both sides. That's why it's a top 10 matchup, and I don't have any doubt it's going to be one heck of a game. Talking about Garrett Nussmeier, and Dabo, what Dabo is saying about LSU, Brian Kelly will be able to say about Clemson. Swinney says of Nussmeier, quarterback's a really good player. He's a leader. He's tough. Got a lot of respect for him. He's a guy that has stayed and developed. Now he's on his way to being a high draft pick. He's got a lot of poise, great instincts, really good pocket awareness, big-time arm talent. He's tough. They put a good group together up front. They've got guys that graduate, so they went and brought in some really good players, some experienced guys. They've got guys that can take the top off, in other words, speed burners. They've got guys that can complement their run game with a screen game and getting the ball in space, bragging tackles. They got 0, which is Xavier Thomas, number 0. Some really compact physical runners. 3, which is Chris Hilton, is a rocket ship. Number 4, Nick Anderson, is a big-bodied receiver. He'll be the biggest guy out there. So 29, Caden Durham, is as good as we'll probably see. I mean, he's a really good back. Strong, powerful, breaks tackles, has the speed to take it the distance. They do a good job of involving him in the run game. They really don't have any weaknesses on the offensive side of the ball. They equip the quarterback to make them right, and most of the time, he does. Clemson and LSU, 6:30 Saturday night at Little Death Valley in Clemson. Pre-game at 4:30, game time 6:30, all right here on 1130 The Tiger, plus your post-game. Your home for LSU sports is KWKH 1130 The Tiger. LSU Clemson jump-starting the season in grand fashion. Number 4, Clemson hosting number 9, LSU. And that, my friends, is your River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery LSU update. RiverCitiesLighting.com, 318-742-9918. Bringing bright ideas to people every day. We'll be back inside the studios here.
Sounds like Dabo's scared.
Oh, Tim Fletcher Show presented by Alsco.com, 318-636-0404. Back after this. There are so many reasons to shop at Chevyland. They are the number one Chevy dealer in the area, for Pete's sake. But I'm just telling you right now, if you're in the market for a Silverado, that's the place to be. The Silverado LTZ that I'm driving around has everything that I'm looking for. Look, I'm getting older. Maybe I don't drive as well as I used to, which is why I love the front and rear parking sensors, the surround view camera system, all right there in that Silverado LTZ from Chevyland. 7500 Uri Drive in Shreveport. Together, let's drive.
Are you passionate about making a difference in your community? The Caddo Council on Aging needs you. Become a volunteer ombudsman and advocate for the rights and well-being of individuals in nursing and long-term care facilities. Your compassion and dedication can help ensure residents' rights are not violated. Join the team and be their voice. For more information or to report a concern, call the Caddo Council on Aging at 318-676-7900. Volunteer today and change a life tomorrow.
Labor Day savings are here at the Home Depot with up to 35% off, plus up to an extra $450 off select appliances like LG. Keep your routines running smoothly with an LG refrigerator you can count on from the Home Depot. And with the connected ThinQ app, you'll know if the door is left open and when to replace the filter. Gear up for fall with Labor Day savings on LG, America's most reliable appliance brand at the Home Depot. Offer valid August 21st through September 10th, U.S. only. See store online for details.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Summer's almost over, but the heat is pressing on. If you've got battery trouble, stop by AutoZone for free battery testing. It may just need a charge, and we'll do that for free too. If you do need a battery, we've got options starting at just $89.99, and we'll recycle your old battery for free. Now that's a strong start. Don't miss the end of summer sale, now at AutoZone until September 22nd.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for LSU sports.
What are you doing? Welcome back, Tim Fletcher Show. Presented by Alsco. Uniforms, linens, facility care, and more. How much more? Well, let's see. Washroom supplies, workwear, first aid services, floor care, laundry services, linens. They do it all.
Great employees.
They take care of automotive dealerships, body shops, restaurants, food processing, industrial, facility services, health care. They're everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. And we're glad they're right here in Shreveport, and we're glad to have them as such a large part of our little radio endeavor. Thank you, Troy Terrell and the crew over at Alsco.com. The Fuzzy's Taco Shop Cleanup Hour. Fuzzy's opens in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. To breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos from Fuzzy's Taco Shop at 4600 East Texas in Bossier City, Louisiana. Live a little spicy today. How about some chorizo, egg, potato burritos to get your day started? Man, I love their salsa. I love their queso. And Rogers, you know what they do on their chips?
Oh, the dust.
Fuzzy dust. Little fuzzy dust. It's the best tasting chip in town. Oh, a little bit more. Fuzzy's Taco Shop, opening in less than 1 minute. 4600 East Texas in Le Bossier City. Scott wants to know, are we doing the Survivor contest? Absolutely. Absolutely. But we don't have to worry about that for a week. I got to figure out if we're going to carry on Patrick's tradition of the upset special. You know, that's another thing, Rog. There's a lot of things we got to take care of around here. Bowman Asphalt's taking care of your grading, paving, and asphalting like they have been doing for 56 years, 4 generations. BowmanAsphalt.biz. If you can walk on it, park on it, build on it, or drive over it, Bowman Asphalt's got you squared away. Ryan Bowman making it happen for you. 742-8100. 742-8100. BowmanAsphalt.biz. Rogers, Yordan Alvarez returned for the Astros last night, buddy. Happy for him. 4 plate appearances, got a couple of walks, but he's in the lineup. Astros need him. They lost last night. To the lowly Rockies, it reminds me of the year they lost to the A's all those times. But the news is the Mariners also lost, so the Astros maintain a 1.5-game lead. The Rangers win last night, but they can't win for losing because Nathan Eovaldi, who was one of the favorites for the American League Cy Young, has a shoulder situation and more than likely has been shut down for the rest of the year. Patrick Corbin comes in last night, goes 8 shutout innings, takes care of business. Let's see, Higashioka and what's the rookie's name? The Michael Harlem or whatever, and Corey Seager all homered for the Rangers last night at a win to get them back to 500. Just when they think they're out of the race, they do something where they're pulled back in. They're still in the wild card hunt, 6 games behind the Astros. Astros trying to fend off the Mariners in the American League West and keep that streak alive of winning the American League West. It has been the Houston Astros property for 6 straight years, Roger, 7. So there you go. Little baseball talk for you here. We're going to take a timeout, come back with the Power Hour, and when we do, Jess the Body Curtis joins us from Southside for our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations. Head on over to Fuzzy's Taco Shop. They're open. Alsco is our presenting sponsor. Hambone and I will be back with Jess right after this. The Cleanup Hour is brought to you by Fuzzy's Taco Shop. Fuzzy's breakfast tacos and breakfast burritos are ready for you at 8 o'clock every single morning. And don't forget their daily specials. Happy Hour, 2 to 6, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, 4600 East Texas in Bossier City. The Power Hour of the Tim Fletcher Show is brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. We don't know where Donnie goes, where he's traveling next, but we do know this. When you go to 3830 East Texas in Bossier City, you're going to get a fair, square deal on a beautiful manufactured home.
Hey, y'all, this is Eddie Kennison. As a former Tiger and pro athlete, I know what it feels like not to be at your peak. If you're tired, losing strength, or just not feeling like yourself, it could be low testosterone. That's where Rejuvamine Medical comes in. Their team knows how to help you regain energy, performance, and confidence on and off the field. It's real people right down the street with real support from a medical team that listens and real results you can feel. Schedule your consult today at RejuvaMeMedical.com. That's REJUVIME Medical.com.
Sports World 8809, Jewella in Shreveport, Louisiana, is your local uniform professionals since 1973. That's right, since 1973, they've been taking care of your school uniform needs, your softball uniform needs, cheerleader, baseball, football, basketball, you name it. And for you refs out there, oh, they've got you covered as well. They got the striped shirts, they've got the sunglasses, they got everything you need. Sports World, 8809 Jewella, just off 3132.
Morrison DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. They know and have experience with the best doctors and experts in their fields to provide the best care. If you or a loved one are injured, it is extremely important to choose the right lawyer. To see what they've done for others or to schedule a free consultation, visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 24171189. Results may vary.
KWKH and K277DO Shreveport, 103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Bossier City's home for LSU Sports, a Town Square Media station.
Welcome back, everybody. Tim Fletcher Show with Rogers, Hambone, Hampton. Our show presented to you by Alsco's. Alsco.com, 318-636-0404. We are in the Power Hour, brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes, Brewer Home Center, where they were shipping off a home yesterday to a wonderful family that had made that choice to head to 3830 East Texas in Bossier City for their home from Brewer Quality Homes. Time now for your SEC update. Brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo Harris would love to have a cup of coffee with you to discuss your investment game plan. The following is a paid advertisement for Bo Harris Wealth Management. 223 Fannin Street in Shreveport, Louisiana, 318-670-3101. BoHarrisWM.com. Bo is a certified financial planner. Securities offered through Wells Fargo Advisors Financial Network, LLC, WFAFN. Member SIPC. Bo Harris Wealth Management of Conservant Financial is a separate entity from WFAFN, bringing you this SEC update. Or we're just taking again a look at the season openers for a few of the schools around in the SEC, and that, of course, includes the Missouri Tigers, who they get after it tomorrow night. against Central Arkansas. Mizzou, coming off an outstanding season, won their bowl game in the Trans-Perfect Music City Bowl, 27-24 over Iowa. Eli Drinkowitz knows a thing or two about Arkansas. I believe he was the Central Arkansas head coach at some point, wasn't he? Does that sound right? I think so. Should be a fun one. Come on, Central Arkansas. You can do it. South Carolina takes on Virginia Tech in a kind of an underrated game, to be honest with you, Raj, with all the stuff going on Saturday. This is a Sunday tilt, 2 o'clock in Atlanta. The Aflac kickoff game between Virginia Tech and the 13th-ranked South Carolina Gamecocks. This one is a Beamer Bowl. Head coach Shane Beamer of South Carolina, of course, his pops was a longtime head coach of South Carolina, Frank Beamer, the all-time winningest coach. And Shane Beamer also was a member of the Virginia Tech football squad. 5 bowl teams, 3 Big East championships, a long snapper, wide receiver. Played for the BCS National Championship. And, of course, he was an assistant there as well from 2011 to 2015. This is the first Atlantic Kickoff Classic for South Carolina. The 16th time the SEC and ACC will meet in the event. By the way, the SEC leads this series 13-1 versus the ACC. In the last 14 meetings between SEC and ACC squads, the SEC is 13-1. Wow. And what's kind of cool about this, the Aflac kickoff this year is a double dip. On Saturday, Tennessee and Syracuse play, and on Sunday, it's South Carolina and Virginia Tech. Once again, 2 o'clock on ESPN. The very hyped South Carolina Gamecocks. Might be the worst thing that happened to them, Raj. Taking on Virginia Tech. And that's your SEC update, brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Again, when you're dealing with Bo Harris, basically, you know what you're getting. He's a good dude. He's going to work his tail off for you. And basically, a trip without a plan has left a chance. A goal without a plan for success is a plan to fail. What are you thinking about when you wake up at 2 in the morning? What you need to be discussing with your trusted financial advisor is that right there. BoHarrisWM.com. Joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline, as part of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations, your head coach of the Southside Sharks. It's Jess the Body Curtis. Good morning, Jess. What's happening, buddy?
What's going on, man?
I'm all right. So there's not a lot of folks that took a bigger bite in their scrimmage than what the Southside Sharks did by taking on Catholic High. Did the Sharks get bit, or did you do a little bit of gnawing yourself against the Bears?
I think we gave as much as we took. You know, again, I think that's arguably one of the best teams in the state. You know, right on with Cards, some of these other teams. You know, you go out there and the defensive end you're playing is going to Ohio State. The offensive tackle is going to Stanford. You know, it goes on and on. And just, you know, well coached and really good for us. I mean, we took the ball and you know, drove it, you know, right down the field. You know, but it was good. When you make a mistake, they'll hurt you. And you know, they got a couple plays on us just by alignment, things like that. Things that, you know, you make a point of. You know, telling, you know, good teams, you know, make other teams beat you. You don't help them by, you know, misalignment or penalties, turnovers, and things like that. And so that's some of the things we kind of talked about. You know, we were driving in the red zone, hoping for a score there, and we fumbled the snap on 3rd and 2. You can't do that against teams like that. But yeah, it was good. It was good. It was right there. I felt like it was just like last year's scrimmage. You know, we gave some, they gave some, and you know, I love that scrimmage because it lets you know, right where you're at. We're in a good spot, you know, heading into the Jamboree.
Well, and here's the thing: it feels like, and I don't think, as you mentioned last week, Jess, there's already, you know, with what Coach Fontenot had done at Southside, it already gotten the program off to a very solid start. So it's not like you were sneaking up on people, but you were a little bit more of an unknown quantity last year because it was, you're kind of new to the area as well. And so it was a feeling out process for you and them as far as the opposition and as well as them for you. Now you're more of a known quantity, and so there will be no surprises or fewer surprises this year perhaps. What does that do for you as a head coach and your coaching staff, knowing that, okay, we haven't exactly unleashed our entire bag of tricks and shown everything that we have, but we're now certainly a more known quantity. Do you add more wrinkles during the offseason between last December and now than you did your first year? I would assume that's a yes, huh?
Yeah, you're constantly adding more, to the cupboard. You're always going to be what you are on your base and on both sides of the ball, but you just keep stacking blocks. They have all the bread and butter stuff down, and you start adding little curveballs and things like that, and that's where we're at right now. Continuing to build on top of what we did last year. As far as them knowing me, they're kind of learning what my tendencies are and my mindset and my culture, my team is, and I'm learning who they are. So it's kind of a double-edged sword. But we like where we're at going into year two. We realize that, you're right. We're not going to sneak up on things. When you go to the quarterfinals, everybody knows you're a pretty good program, and you're going to get their best shot.
Jess Curtis, head coach of Southside, joining us here. Who's your jamboree with this week, Jess?
It's going to be Northside.
That's
Northside,
right. You told me that last week.
Northside, Southside. I guess Battle Lafayette, North versus South.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, it's a good, honest jamboree. Much everybody in Lafayette plays, Thursday and Friday night. It's usually at UL. They had stadium renovation, and they want to play on that field first. I can understand that. And so this year it's going to be held at Como. But usually it's held at UL, and it's kind of a nice celebration of Lafayette schools, Thursday and Friday. So it's neat. We had the kickoff luncheon yesterday. It's called the Crying Towel, where you go and you kind of they award the coach gets up there and cries the most. And I didn't do much crying. I was getting up there talking to my boys, my team, and where we're going. I don't have much to cry about right now, but hopefully I don't have anything to cry about.
Well, that's kind of the what you want to have at a program like that when you're dealing with the Acadiana area in high school football. If you do have something to cry about, it's going to be a long season because there are a lot of programs down there that put a lot of kids at the D1 level and coaches who have been winning a lot of games for a long, long time in that area. What kind of improvement do you want to see outside of the alignment situations from the scrimmage to the jamboree? What's something else that you feel like is an easy fix or that you expect to be an easy fix and you want to see it when you take on the north side?
Excuse me. Well, again, the alignment issue is big. That was one of their touchdowns was basically just off alignment. We were playing good, solid, strong defense, and they were struggling to move it, and then we misaligned, and you don't do that against a good team. And then the other score they had 2 scores. The other score was on 4th down. They threw it up to their tight end and got that. So we want to be a little better in red zone. I've always had good red zone defenses, and I do believe that red zone defenses win championships, and so I've been harping on that all week. I've been harping on the offense and finished drives. I felt like we at times pushed them around, and that's maybe one of the best boxes fronts in the state. I felt like at times we got a great push and we had great drives. We just need to finish our drives along with no turnovers, and those are the things we've harped on all week. And I've always said, you watch baseball, you can pull up the box score, whoever had the most walks and errors lost the game. Whoever has the most turnovers and penalties in football are pretty much going to lose as well. So we want to make sure that's driven home to our kids so as we start this season.
As you're going through practices, gearing up for the season, Jess, how much do you spend, what's today, Wednesday the 27th? How much do you spend on still getting meat and potato stuff installed and worked on?
Oh, yeah, we got everything installed in the summer. So now we're kind of scripting the plays we want to run this Friday. But it's attention to detail, especially the offense we run, the flex bone, and triple option, it's attention to detail, the right steps, the right angles, and things like that. And so, it's every day is it's under the microscope how we execute our best. Like you said, meat and potatoes are bread and butter plays that help us be good. Same thing on defense, making sure that our run fits are there and our assignments are sharp. And if that's what you do, kind of gearing up to, the Jamboree's a dress rehearsal. Doesn't count. It's about a half of football, but it gets everybody excited, and it's a great kind of test to see where you're at.
Jess, when you mentioned the misalignment situations when Catholic had the ball, led to a score there, for those that are kind of curious, when you're talking about misalignment, are we talking about where your defensive end, your nose guard, your tackles or whatever, they were shading a little too far outside, a little bit too much inside? Is it that close to being just right or not? Right, because that's what, offensive coordinators do. They're going to formation you and try to get you, out of alignment to where you're not, it's a numbers game and also an angles game. And so, we have adjustments to everything they do. It was a missed deal. We kind of threw a call in there that was a little different, for this time of the year because of some of the things they were trying to do. And we just didn't get the call. The kids didn't execute the alignment. And again, that's number one as a defense. The number one thing, alignment. You can't get beat on alignment, and good teams don't. That's what I told them. And this team doesn't. But I mean, again, it's scrimmage, and that's what scrimmages are for. Especially when we kind of accelerated the call there, and that's exactly what it's for, because it hurt and stung because we were playing some really good football. They were struggling to score, and we gave, like I said, that was a gift. That was not them. I told them, be sure they're beating us. We're not beating ourselves. And I'm not saying that Catholic was great, but I'm just saying if you line up in the wrong spot, and that 5-star, that 4-star running back's dang sure going to go 50 yards. So. And your offense, of course, the alignment of where your O-line gets. Yeah. They've got to have their right gaps between them. How much of your offense, when you're dealing with, basically triple option type stuff, how much of that is truly starts before the snap, if your guys are in the right spot where they're supposed to be? Because obviously you want them to be able to do things, but, I'm just hearkening back to, the Byrd offensive line. And I remember back when they were, rolling to the state championship game, that kind of stuff, when Suggs was there and Stacy keeping it going as well, that their offensive line was so smart. And it's just a matter of, if you know your assignment, it's getting to point, you're at point A, and you got to get to point B before the defense does. And if you do that, they're going to have a successful offensive play. Is it kind of the same thing with your offensive line, with what you're trying to accomplish offensively? Absolutely, because we're going to give you formations, and then we're going to execute to precision, and we're happy taking the 3.5 to 4 yard play. We're happy with it, moving chains, staying on schedule. But yeah, we're going to give you different looks. We're the kind of offense that's going to make sure you align right. That's what helped us at Manny a lot of times against really good teams, is we'd get plays just basically on alignment. It's a spread world, and so it's easier to line the spread. You line to it all year, and all of a sudden you get a wing T from Byrd, or a veer from Acadiana, or you get triple, flex bone triple option from us. And so you dang sure better line up against those offenses, or you'll get embarrassed. When I think flex bone, Jess, I think back when Ken Hatfield was still coaching at Arkansas. Quinn Grovey was an absolute menace as a flex bone operating quarterback. What's the biggest difference in the flex bone and the veer, for instance? Yeah, it's just different. That veer will hit. I mean, it hits hard what we do, but the veer to me is, it's going to hit real hard. It's hard to replicate that in practice when we get ready for Acadiana. It's a nightmare just because, that you just can't replicate it till you get out there and you actually face it. And just a slight difference. A veer is set up for the angles, and to be honest, it kind of protects when you don't have a great line, because it kind of protects when you don't have a great line. But then when you do have a great line, like what Acadiana has, it's pretty tough, So, yeah, those offenses are great, especially in this time period where everybody's so much spread, and cutting edge, tempo, this and that. And
and it's something to be said for the old school football where you got to know your rules, you got to know your alignment, you got to know your steps. There's a place for everything, and we just feel like the flex bone gives us the best opportunity to go deep. We're the only team that runs it in our division, and so we feel like that gives us a leg up every week when we play people.
I'm kind of curious, Jess, and I hate to put you on the spot like this, but, you've got a D1 school right there in town, and Coach Desormo, I'm sorry, because I know that in New Iberia it's Desormo, but he pronounces it Desormo. Is that right? Because I was watching the interview he did with Jacques, and I was fascinated by just, 15 miles difference is a different change in pronunciation there. Hell of a coach. Great program, incredible stadium. What's the relationship that he has with the Lafayette area coaches?
He has a great relationship. I text him. We exchanged text. They came by a couple times during the spring, and it's real convenient for them too. And so when we have a player, they're going to pop in and grab them. And before I came down here, I had a great relationship with him because he actually. He played for UL and he was with Jacksonville for a while, and then he decided to get into high school coaching. And his first high school coaching was with Keith Menard, who hired me at Manny. Keith left and went to Catholic New Iberia, and that's when he brought Coach Desormo. Now you got me messed up with it. He brought him in, and we kind of met each other there, and kind of knew each other through his walk through high school football and now into college. And so it's a good relationship, good friendship. And now that we're close like this, I expect it to be even better.
So I'm not trying to bring up, old baggage, but is it safe to say you have a better relationship with the UL coaching staff than you did when you were at Manny with the LSU coaching staff?
Oh man, I'm just now. People aren't talking about me on Tiger droppings anymore, man. I finally stopped getting hate mail, So I'm gonna pass on that one.
Okay, not a bad idea. What is the relationship with Brian Kelly as far as South Louisiana coaches as well?
It's good, Like I said, I had Eric Hale's there now as one of their people, and Eric was up in Natchez coaching for a while, and he's been with the LHSA. He was always kind of my guy. Always call when I had a problem or a question, and he always kept me in the free and clear. And now he's at LSU. He dropped me an email yesterday and asking about kids and stuff, and so that's good, man. I thought that was a good hire from LSU. Mm-hmm. Again, I like what Coach Kelly's done at LSU. I know he gets a lot of heat and stuff, right? That comes with a job at LSU. But I think he's done some good things. But again, he's got some major pressure on him to push this thing into the college football playoffs, and I expect them with their schedule to get into the college football playoffs this year.
I do too, and I take it Eric's the high school liaison, basically, right? But
yeah,
okay.
Yeah, he is.
And what a great guy to have in that position, and I think every major college is kind of getting into that. Before I let you go, I know you got Southside Sharks on the brain. You got your Northside Jamboree on the brain, but your Pittsburgh Steelers are quarterbacked by a guy who's eligible for Social Security when he's not high on ayahuasca. Is this one of those years as a Steeler fan, do you kind of go, well, we make the playoffs, but it's not going to be great, or, hey, maybe we finally have the guy. They haven't had a good quarterback since Roethlisberger's, 2 years before he retired or whatever? That's 1 year? Right. So what's your expectation of the Steelers?
Well, I'm a positive guy, and this thing can either go great or it can go bad. But I think he's got a little something left. I think he's got a huge chip on his shoulder. The Jets are just a terrible organization.
Yeah,
it's just
terrible.
And I just think he's got a little something left. I just hope if we can protect him, I think it's going to give us something. I mean, the Steelers made the playoffs with Russell Wilson, at quarterback, and Russell's really, I thought, falling off the cliff here toward the end. Great leader, but really lacks the I just think his balls aren't what they used to be as far as it's a great deep ball, but he really struggles in the intermediate passing game, and And I just think it's going to add something. I mean, you get DK Metcalf and some of they go out and get Jalen Ramsey. They went out and spent for some guys to make a push and all, but I think their secondary is very, very good. If Aaron Rodgers can just give them a little bit more in the passing game, because you're right, we have not had a quarterback. We've basically been winning on great defense and special teams and finding a way to score. But now you add that. Defense is the highest paid defense in the NFL. And at times they play up to it, and we can do that, man. You never know. We can catch lightning in a bottle. And it's easy to hate Aaron Rodgers, because he can kind of be a little abrasive and arrogant and this and that. And so it's going to be kind of neat. It can either go really good and he can shut some people up, or it can be really bad. So I can't wait, to be honest with you. I'm excited. I think, we kind of bought ourselves a year or two here with some of these players like Jalen Ramsey and this, but they're gonna have to get a quarterback here soon, for the long haul.
For the long haul, yeah, I get it. And I'm the odd man out. I kind of like Aaron Rodgers. I like guys who don't mind being an individual and kind of living their life to, kind of hell be damned about
like Fletcher.
Yeah, well, he just doesn't care what people think about him, and I don't care what people think about me, And so I kind of like, good for him. I mean, look at me. Do you think I care what people think of me? My God, I'm wearing a Homer Simpson T-shirt and I look like a Neanderthal. So no, I too don't give a rat's rip what folks think. And so good for Aaron Rodgers. I think that it could be a lot better than what people are expecting, to be honest with you. I think that Tomlin also, you talk about Aaron Rodgers with something to prove. I think Tomlin's got a little bit of the red ass, because I think that his name showed up on some hot seat lists last year, and he doesn't seem like the kind of guy that wants to be considered a failing coach. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think he's a great coach. He's just kind of been stuck in this. A lot of teams would love to be stuck with winning records for the last 15 years. But still, then there's the organization like Pittsburgh. They have more Lombardies than anybody, and they expect that. They expect playoff wins. And so now, it's kind of like put up or shut up. But I'm kind of one of those guys, like, be careful what you wish for. I mean, it's he's done a great job. And when you have the pieces in place, you have a chance to, do something. And I think he got more pieces this year than he had last year, and they were a playoff team last year.
He is Jess the Body Curtis. He slowed down on his energy drinks, it seems like, but he still brings the fire, buddy. Southside, Northside Jamboree, and then it's season opening time, and at least you get you got a soft schedule. You open up with Notre Dame, who they've won maybe 2 games in the last 20. Oh wait, no, I take that back. They're one of the winningest programs in the history of Louisiana high school football. What a way to start the season next week. But first things first, one more dress rehearsal. Jess, always enjoy catching up with you, buddy, and hope nothing but good things for the Southside Sharks, man.
Appreciate you, Tim. Look forward to hearing from you next week. Bye-bye.
All right. Oh, I guess I didn't even think about it. I'm wearing my Southside teal today. Didn't even think about that, Raj. Jess Curtis, head coach of Southside, on our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations. Skent-N-Dent Appliances and Furniture, 814 Shreveport, Barksdale. They're open today at 10 o'clock in the morning. 50% off big box store prices, for instance. Appliances that have maybe a scratch here, a little dent there. Where's the dent, Rogers? Last night, ran my Skent-N-Dent dishwasher. This morning, grabbed my travel mug out of there. Nice and clean and sanitized. Got the job done, and I saved a ton of money when we bought the dang thing. You know why? Because it had just a little bit of a scratch on the side. You know what happens with the side of a dishwasher, Raj? Nothing, because it gets stuck inside. You can't see it. Who cares? Skent-N-Dent. Go see Devin and Rance Hill. Good dudes over at Skent-N-Dent, bringing you our Coaches Conversations. We'll be back with an LSU update during the Brewer Quality Homes Power Hour, as our show, presented by Alsco, continues right after this.
11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
Brewer Quality Homes has been a part of the Tim Fletcher Show for many, many years, and it's one of the favorite things we do on the show is, what hemisphere is Donnie Brewer in right now? Where do you think he is?
Where in the world is Donnie Brewer? I'm going to say Argentina.
That's not bad. I was thinking Peru, so we're kind of in the
South
same
America?
neighborhood. Yeah.
All right.
Probably some kind of a Peruvian blowfish type antelope that he's on a hunt for.
Did you just combine 2 animals?
No, but Donnie Brewer does,
Okay.
because that's what he can do.
If anybody can, it's him.
Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. Mac McCarter has been making Shreveport-Bossier better for many, many years. Community renewal, making Shreveport-Bossier a more welcoming, more inviting, healthier, friendlier place, one house at a time, one neighbor at a time, one block, one neighborhood, one community. Community renewal, 318-425-3222, communityrenewal.us. See what you can do to help make Shreveport-Bossier better than ever before. In history, we have had the gold rush, then the oil boom, the tech boom, but right now it's the Wi-Fi boom, and Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Xfinity has everything you need to tap into the Wi-Fi boom with seriously powerful and seriously reliable connection. It's got 99.99% network reliability and incredibly low lag, so your streams are smoother than making a decision on what to stream. Did I mention you can even connect to hundreds of devices? So whether it's coming over to watch the game this weekend, they can all get on the same Wi-Fi, and the Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Get the most reliable Wi-Fi and the best in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed all in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract, all with a 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with Xfi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for LSU sports.
Welcome back to the Tim Fletcher Show. Rogers Hambone Hampton. Morning, Rube. Our show presented by Alsco.com. Alsco, 318-636-0404. Uniforms, linens, facility care, first aid, and so much more. They've got you squared away. Coming to you live from the Brewer Quality Homes Power Hour, the Brew Crew taking care of business, baby. Oh, mama. Beautiful brand new homes, including Jessup Homes, available at Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in La Bossier City. It's time for your LSU update. Brought to you by River City's Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City, Louisiana. River City's Lighting. All right, let's go golf for our LSU update. At 10 o'clock this morning, Ryder Cup captain Keegan Bradley will make his 6 captain's picks for Team USA for the Ryder Cup at Bethpage Black coming up next month, right? Isn't it September? Well, according to Nuclear Golf, all right? Nuclear Golf. And who is Nuclear Golf? Golf's Town Square Daily News, all this good stuff, over 259,000 followers. Sources familiar tell Nuclear Golf that Sam Burns has received the call from Keegan Bradley to play for Team USA at Bethpage Black. Burns is ranked 16th in the U.S. team standings and is set to make his second Ryder Cup appearance. So, if that's the case, and CBS Sports just posted the 6 that have already qualified for the U.S. Ryder Cup team, and then the 10 golfers that are next in line, including Keegan Bradley, who is right there in the middle of it, who could be a playing captain. If that's the case, he only has to make 5 picks, and they had Sam Burns at the bottom of those 10 different available golfers. And so, if Nuclear Golf is correct, then Sam has jumped up. But then you look at it. Look at the way Sam has played these last few tournaments, right? He's been absolutely on fire. And a hot golfer is a great golfer who is hot is a great commodity to have. And what Sam has done in his last few tournaments Tied for 7th in the Tour Championship. Granted, a 30-team field. Tied for 4th in the BMW Championship. Tied for 28th at the FedEx. Didn't play great, but made the cut. Shot a 74. So CBS is saying Sam's the odd man out. Nuclear Golf is saying that he's in. We don't know which one it is. At the Open Championship, Sam made the cut, tied for 45th. At the Genesis Scottish Open, tied for 47th. Travelers Championship, tied for 17th. U.S. Open had the lead with 5 holes to play. RBC Canadian Open lost in the playoff, finished second. The Memorial tied for 12th. PGA tied for 19th. Truist Championship tied for 30th. Byron Nelson tied for 5th, tied for 13th at the RBC. Masters made the cut, tied for 46th. Hasn't missed a cut since April 6th at the Valero Texas Open, where he usually plays really well, and the Valspar, too. 3 cuts all year, and they're all right in a row. The Players, Valspar, and Valero, March 16th, 23rd, and April 6th. So something happened where Sam was not playing as well as he could, but since then, he has been on fire. Now, one source says he's going to make the team. CBS Sports says he's not going to make the team. Everything becomes official at 10 o'clock. And let's not forget that Sam is very good friends, best pals with Scotty Scheffler. So, does that carry any weight? Who knows? Former LSU golfer Sam Burns. Now, if, oh good gosh. If Sam has gotten the call and been told yes, then Nuclear Golf is on point. If he doesn't, then what the hell are they reporting that for? CBS Sports says Sam is the odd man out. Nuclear Golf, who has 270,000 followers on X and is a golf-only account, says that Sam not only is in, but has already gotten the call from Keegan Bradley. So it all becomes official in less than 90 minutes on who will be the Ryder's Cup captain's choices. And that's your LSU update. Brought to you by River City's Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City. RiverCitiesLighting.com. Light fixtures for inside the house, outside the house, all over the house. Bringing bright ideas to people every day. They've been doing this for 13 years. River Cities Lighting. Our show also brought to you by Rejuva Medical. They're not just online. They are down the street at 4801 Line Avenue, Suite 8, inside Piermont Mall. Rejuva Medical, REJUVIME Medical.com. Looking to get an assist in dropping some LBs for great reasons, have low T, and you have tried different things and it's not working. Well, have you tried the right thing? Maybe that's what you're missing. Rejuva Medical. They work with low T and for those struggling with weight loss as well. RejuvaMeMedical.com. That's REJUVIME Medical.com. 318-408-4080. 318-408-4080. 4801 Line Avenue, Suite 8, inside Piermont Mall. Hambone and I will be back in our little radio show presented by Alsco right after this. Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City, supporting the Tim Fletcher Show. You know, he loves naming his homes after movies, characters, and all that good stuff, Hester. What's the next one you think Donnie Brewer should be investing in?
The Rolls of John Candy.
So, John Candy movies. Little Uncle Buck.
Yes.
What else you got?
How about summer rental?
Ooh, perfect for the deer camp, though. Whatever camp it is you have, get the summer rental at Brewer Quality Homes.
The Home Alone.
Oh.
Gus Polinski. Polka, polka, polka.
Do the polka all the way down to 3830 East Texas in Bossier City. Get on a plane, a train, or an automobile and get your Brewer Quality home right now.
Just don't name one after Barf.
You know, Roger, some people say I'm a ham.
Oh, a big old ham.
Oh, thank you, sir. When it comes to big old hams, you and I know there's really only one place to go.
Big old honey baked ham.
You got that right. Honey baked ham, whether it's July 4th, whether it's Labor Day, whether it's Thursday. I'll take a ham from Honey Baked Ham.
Honey, please get me a honey baked ham.
Southfield Shopping Center in Shreveport. AccuTemp 861-2255. We talk about being comfortable in your own home. Dude, winter rolls into spring, into summer, into fall. 4 seasons? We know there's hot and cold in Louisiana. AccuTemp keeps you hot when it's cold, cold when it's hot. GBT is the great banking team. 3400 Line Avenue, Mansfield Road, Williamson Way in East Texas next to the Bellagio. Ain't no bots at GBT, folks. Real live human beings answering the phones in the teller window, and when you go into the bank, real humans. GBT, the great banking team. Mac McCarter has been making Shreveport-Bossier better for many, many years. Community renewal, making Shreveport-Bossier a more welcoming, more inviting, healthier, friendlier place, one house at a time, one neighbor at a time, one block, one neighborhood, one community. Community renewal, 318-425-3222, communityrenewal.us. See what you can do to help make Shreveport-Bossier better than ever before.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
Welcome back, everybody. Tim Fletcher Show, Rogers Hampton. Our little radio show presented to you by Alsco. Linens, facility care, uniforms, and more. 318-636-0404, alsco.com. Our show also coming at you courtesy of Chapin Toyota. Ken, Chapin Toyota. 5015 East End Boulevard South in Marshall, Texas. Take exit 617 off I-20. Go north. Look for Highway 59, and then you're at 5015 East End Boulevard South, and that's the home of the great deals for your beautiful brand new Toyota Camry. That beautiful, incredible, hard-working, hard-charging 4Runner. Ooh. Ken's got deals. He's got wheels. He's just waiting to hear from you. ShapinToyota.com. Taking care of business. 8:41 the time. From the Live Oak Environmental text line. War Eagle says, I love it. Makes an old Alabama high school state champ quarterback heartwarming hearing that kind of offense talk. Give me numbers at the point of attack. I'm going to get yards and move the chains. Talking about with Jess, I suppose. Pepper Shaker, could you ask him about his nephew, Tackett Curtis? Is he still at Wisconsin? Yep, starting linebacker at Wisconsin. Talked about it last week. Yep. Opus One said, I kind of think the player sends a better culture for the Saints than in the last 2 years. I think that's a given. They both talked, or a lot of the Saints players, especially Cam and DeMario, have talked about the coaching staff is just better. They're better instructors, better developers as well. Doc says, went back to Fuzzy's for dinner last night after having breakfast. That shrimp taco is freaking killer. Absolutely delicious. That is great to hear there, Doc Marvin. Yeah, I'm all for that. Heck yeah. I am still like, feel like I'm a Dr. Doolittle push me, pull me with Sam Burns is in, Sam Burns is out. Which one is it, Raj? Yep. You know, Raj, there's only so much we can do. Yeah. 8:43 the time. Coming up next hour on our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations, we are jammed up and jelly tight, buddy. Logansport's Kevin Magee at the top of the hour. Glenbrook's Greg Tibbitt at 9:15. Airline's Justin Scogin at 9:30. And then Homer Pelican head coach Richie Casey to wrap things up for us. So 9 o'clock hour, going to be absolutely a doozy. Name, image, likeness, Rogers, is a big deal, right? Very. So what are these guys doing with this money that they get? You know, what's the typical college football player doing with his newfound riches? Well, The Athletic had the same idea, the same question, and we found out. And we'll tell you about that when we return with more of the Power Hour brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes. Back after this.
Are you passionate about making a difference in your community? The Caddo Council on Aging needs you. Become a volunteer ombudsman and advocate for the rights and well-being of individuals in nursing and long-term care facilities. Your compassion and dedication can help ensure residents' rights are not violated. Join the team and be their voice. For more information or to report a concern, call the Caddo Council on Aging at 318-676-7900. Volunteer today and change a life tomorrow.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams Labor Day sale and get 35% off paints and stains August 22nd through September 4th. With prices starting at $31.84, it's the perfect time to transform your space with color. Whether you're looking to revamp your interior or exterior, we have you covered with bold hues, soothing neutrals, and everything in between. Visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store or shop the sale online. Delivery available on qualifying orders. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details.
Get Labor Day savings now at the Home Depot with up to 35% off, plus up to an extra $450 off select appliances like Whirlpool that can keep up with your busy routine. Whirlpool refrigerators from the Home Depot have the storage and ice capacity for everything from school lunches to stocking coolers for sports practice. Celebrate Labor Day with savings on select appliances at the Home Depot. Offer valid August 21st through September 10th, U.S. only. See store online for details.
How much do I love my Silverado LTZ 1500 Texas Edition? Well, almost too much to squeeze inside just 30 seconds. Could it be because of the wireless device charging? That's absolutely a big deal because my iPhone is kind of busted up where the charger goes, so I just stick it where the wireless device charger goes, and boom, my phone gets charged so quickly. There's so many cool things. Even the little things make it great. Silverado from Chevyland. Together, let's drive.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for LSU sports.
Welcome back, guys. Tim Fletcher Show, Roger Sambone Hampton, the Power Hour, brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City, Louisiana. The Brew Crew, chock full of beautiful homes at 3830 East Texas. Everything Donnie Brewer touches turns to sold, buddy. Brewer Quality Homes. Yes, sir. Alsco presenting our show, 318-636-0404. Rogers, I mentioned before the break, The Athletic did a survey of 57 players who have received name, image, likeness money. What do you think they're spending the money on, Raj? Cars? Okay. 4 different players surveyed got Dodge Chargers. Now, if they didn't get them from Landers, they paid too much. If they would have just called Trey and Denny at Landers, Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, they would have been so much better off. Syracuse quarterback Ricky Collins, who's, isn't that Ricky Collins, former LSU quarterback? I think so, yeah. Indiana receiver Elijah Surratt, Wake Forest running back Damon Claiborne, and Miami defensive lineman Akeem Messidor. Collins said buying his orange Charger was more impulse than anything. Messidor loves the way it roars. 3 different receivers, Arizona State's Jordan Tyson, Louisville's Chris Bell, and Houston's Stephon Johnson, got Dodge Durango Hellcats. Tyson said he bought his out of envy. His older brother, Jalen Tyson, a guard with the Cavaliers, has one and never let me drive it. Minnesota defensive end Anthony Smith ordered his Dodge Ram TRX from Chicago. He could have ordered it at GoLanders.com. 2701 Benton Road, just south of I-220 underneath the 2,400 square foot American flag. He could have got that Dodge Ram TRX and saved some money. He said, it was my first big boy purchase. I couldn't be happier. Literally, I can't stop smiling while I drive that thing around. Cincinnati tight end Joe Royer purchased a Mercedes-Benz GLE 53. Arizona State quarterback Sam Levitt got a Mercedes-Benz GT 63. Kansas State linebacker Des Purnell and Houston defensive back Latrell McCutcheon bought their own hot rods. Not everybody got a 4-wheel vehicle, though. Minnesota safety Coy Parrick bought a scooter, despite living in the coldest climate that he can live in college football. He says, it's the only thing I ride on. I love it. Gunnar Stockton, the Georgia quarterback, chose to play a few select golf courses. Iowa center Logan Jones picked up a new driver. I thought it would help my mega slice. It didn't. Duke offensive lineman Brian Parker, a big fishing guy. Speaking of, hooking up, tracking down, coming your way from 11 until 1, the best outdoor show on the radio. Gary McCoy, Mike Eccles, Steve Graff. I need to ask him about this because Brian Parker II bought him some Fenwicks for inshore fishing and some nice Penn battles, and then offshore bought a few new Penn International 50 wides for some marlin fishing. I don't know what language he was speaking. Texas Tech quarterback and outdoorsman Baron Morton bought 150 acres of land near Cross Plains, Texas, which he plans to lease out to hunters. It's 30 minutes from my parents' house. It has fishing tanks on it, little elevation change, so a lot of deer, pigs, varmints, ducks, and everything. That's a smart guy. There's only so much land. Now, so you got Baron Morton bought 150 acres of land. Meanwhile, Baylor linebacker Keaton Thomas bought Nerf guns for his brother. Arizona quarterback Noah Fafita bought Meta glasses. Baylor quarterback Sawyer Robertson ordered customized Yeti coolers and tumbler cups with the Baylor logo for every teammate and several staff members. Kansas State quarterback Avery Johnson got a referee jersey for his father and his dad's fights. For his brother and his dad's fights. No, he invested in a Sleep Number mattress. California defensive lineman Aiden Kiananina built his own personal computer with his NIL earnings and listed off its specs at ACC Media Days. He says, I'm a big NVIDIA guy. I don't care if others are cheaper. It's kind of like the PS5 Xbox debate. Intel, that's where I've always gone. I have the i9 13900K processor, a 4080 graphics card in there, 1200 power watt, and I run dual monitors for all my PC games. I love hyper-realistic games, ready or not shooters, strategy RPG. That's my arena. And several decided to go vacations, clothes, and trips. Wake Forest defensive back Devon Patterson went deep-sea fishing in Key West. Stanford tight end Sam Rush took a fishing trip in San Francisco. Louisville linebacker T.J. Quinn went to Jamaica Mon. BYU linebacker Isaiah Glasker took multiple trips, Bahamas, Jamaica, California cruises. U.S. Central Florida defensive lineman Nigel Kelly took his daughter and around a dozen family members to Disney World and SeaWorld. Louisville quarterback Miller Moss went up to Tahiti. Penn State safety Zakee Wheatley bought some Nike Air Force Ones. LSU receiver Chris Milton said most of his money goes to food, and Waffle House is his choice of restaurants. How much Waffle House can you eat, dude? Baylor wide receiver Josh Cameron said he's invested his money. Texas Tech defensive lineman Lee Hunter bought a house for his mother. Cincinnati defensive tackle Dante Corleone bought a home near Cincinnati, lives only a couple of blocks from his mother, and I got it on a good price. And SMU quarterback Kevin Jennings is buying his mom a home. Texas Tech defensive lineman Romello Height bought his mother a GMC Yukon, his father an apartment in Atlanta. And a lot of them are using it for nest eggs. Stanford cornerback Colin Wright invested all his money. I put it in index funds at ETFs that are very diverse, S&P and NASDAQ and all that. Syracuse punter Jack Stonehouse. Syracuse punter is going to put a down payment on a house with his NIL money. Yes. And the most practical, Virginia linebacker Mitchell Melton. I'd rather not disclose that, he said, but the blessings of NIL let me be a sixth-year college football player. There you go. Good for you. Good for you. 8:53 the time. War Eagle. I have to admit, if I got NIL in college, 99% probably would have gone to beer. Yep. What would you do with NIL money, Raj?
I mean, I guess it would have been depending on the circumstance, but at that age,
at 22, what would you have done?
It would have been whatever my mom or dad needed, or lack thereof, I would have taken care of.
Yeah.
For all that they had given me to get me to that point, then it would be time to give back to them.
I might have given it to my brothers and say, you owe me.
You gave each one of them $3 $2 bills.
Gave them 8 $2 bills in an envelope and said, here's your inheritance. I learned from Mama. This is how you pass along your inheritance.
Blood, baby. Blood.
All right, guys. Ham bonus here. I am here. We're wrapping up our time in Lafayette. Got to take one more little commercial break here. A reminder that we are so glad to have, as part of our lineup here, Sports Cards of Louisiana, your hobby shop, right there at 3000 North Market Street. It's in that Brookshire's Shopping Center north of I-220. You know where I'm talking about. And it's on the north side, facing north. The Brookshire's faces west. And on the north edge, there's a couple of little stores over there, and they've got a nice, like, 4,000 or 5,000 square foot card shop there. And, yeah, they've got everything, Panini, Topps that you're looking for, Upper Deck, and so much more with baseball, football, basketball, hockey, FIFA, football, soccer cards. But they are also a big dealer with Pokemon and Magic the Gathering as well. And they have many, many game nights up there. You ought to stop by next time you're up there. Get involved in the hobby. Like I said, I was there yesterday. Joey and Sarah are awesome, and I got a couple of boxes of Topps Finest, and I was showing the guys earlier this morning, out of a couple of boxes of Topps Finest, the best card I got was this James Wood rookie patch auto from his debut season with the Washington Nationals, 6 out of 99, an autograph of James Wood rookie card. I got a 5 out of 20 Topps Finest from Aaron Judge. I got Jacob Wilson with a Mojo refractor out of 150. And he's back doing what he was doing before he got hurt. Just awesome. Great-looking cards. Topps Finest. They've got Bowman, Chrome Prospect Autos, and everything available at Sports Cards of Louisiana. And don't forget, they're also on the Air Force Base with a shop there for the servicemen and women at Barksdale. And we'll be back as part of our Alsco presentation of the Tim Fletcher Show as the Rock On with the Brewer Quality Homes Power Hour right after this.
When you hear this voice, you think of yesteryear, I hope. Grandpa's voice as he unwraps that Werther's and pops it in his mouth, and all of a sudden he's got to talk like this. I'm trying to get you to think of the good times back in the day. Back then, houses were affordable. Now, not so much. Except at Brewer Quality Homes. Grandpa's Werther's and a decent down payment get you a beautiful brand new home. Brewer Quality Homes.
Morrison DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. They know and have experience with the best doctors and experts in their fields to provide the best care. If you or a loved one are injured, it is extremely important to choose the right lawyer. To see what they've done for others or to schedule a free consultation, visit morrisdewitt.com. Paid non-lawyer spokesperson, Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417189. Results may vary.
Hey, y'all, this is Eddie Kennison. As a former Tiger and pro athlete, I know what it feels like not to be at your peak. If you're tired, losing strength, or just not feeling like yourself, it could be low testosterone. That's where Rejuvamine Medical comes in. Their team knows how to help you regain energy, performance, and confidence on and off the field. It's real people right down the street with real support from a medical team that listens and real results you can feel. Schedule your consult today at RejuvaMeMedical.com. That's REJUVIME Medical.com.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
KWKH and K277DO Shreveport, 103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger. Your home for LSU sports, a Town Square Media station.
Welcome back, guys. Tim Fletcher Show, presented by Alsco.com, 318-636-0404. Restaurant, linens, tablecloths. They can do all that for you, cleaning it, supplying it, first aid, uniforms, and so much more. Power Hour has been brought to you by Brewer Quality Homes, 3830 East Texas in Bossier City, Louisiana. Jessup, Franklin, Cabco Homes, all right there. 60, 70, 80, 90 bucks a square foot. Get you some. Want some? Get some. Oh. That's what I'm talking about right there. Oh, come on, man. By the way, congratulations to Donovan Wilson and Dak Prescott. A couple of local high school kids, Raj, made the cut for the Dallas Cowboys. Razor thin for Dak. Former Parkway Panther Israel Mukwamu, after 4 years with the Cowboys, was released. Who knows? They may sign him back, but he's also available out there. And, boy, I found out something about the waiver wire that I did not know about. And we'll tell you about that in just a second. So long, Lafayette.
KWKH, Shreveport, Bossier City, 1130 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports.
Rogers, I did not realize that the waiver wire in the NFL, especially now at the cut down day was yesterday. By the way, we're at the happy hour of our little radio show, the 9 o'clock happy hour. That Tennessee is number one on the waiver wire, so they get first chance. They can claim 40 players off the waiver wire if they wanted to before the next team gets a shot at it. I always thought that whoever was first on the waiver wire gets to choose one player, then the next team gets to choose if they want to, and so on and so forth. But no, what's his name? That Ari Mayoff or whatever that covers the NFL says he goes, people think it's like fantasy football. You get one pick off the waiver wire, and then you go back to the bottom of the line, the back of the line. That's not the case in the NFL. So the Titans have the first choice off the waiver wire, and if they wanted to take 7 guys that have been waived yesterday, they could. Yeah, I did not know that. So kind of an interesting way. And you look at where the Saints are on that waiver wire, like, there might be a way for the Saints to kind of build it up there. Time now, though, for your SEC update. It's brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo Harris. The following is a paid advertisement for Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo would love to have a cup of coffee with you and discuss your investment game plan. Bo Harris is a certified financial planner. Securities offered through Wells Fargo Advisory Financial Network, LLC. That's WFAFN. Member SIPC. Bo Harris Wealth Management of Conservant Financial is a separate entity from WFAFN. BoHarrisWM.com, 318-670-3101. Located at 223 Fannin, bringing you this SEC update. Well, of course, we got football on the brain, but don't forget, there's a lot more going on in the SEC. For instance, soccer season is up and going quite abundantly in the SEC. As a matter of fact, tomorrow night, got a good little slate of matches. A&M, 2-0-2 in 4 games, travels to Denver. That game begins at 5 o'clock. At 5:30, Georgia, ranked 13th in the land at 3-1, takes on North Florida. At 6 o'clock, number 12, South Carolina, 4-0 in 4 games, takes on Clemson at Clemson. Florida hosts Central Florida, who is undefeated, at 6 o'clock. These are all tomorrow. Ole Miss and UT Martin get together in Oxford at 6. Also at 6, number 3, Duke, takes on number 8, Arkansas on the SEC Network app, streaming there. 6:30, Purdue-Fort Wayne takes on Kentucky, who is 4-0 in their 4 matches. Your Louisiana Tech Bulldogs hit the road to face number 20, Oklahoma, at 7 o'clock tomorrow night. 4th-ranked TCU travels to Austin to face the Texas Longhorns at 7 o'clock. Also at 7, Mississippi State, ranked 17th at 2-0. They will be traveling to Baylor, who is undefeated in 3 games with 2 draws. LSU welcomes 21st-ranked Wisconsin, who's undefeated in 4 games, at 7 o'clock. And also tomorrow night, Missouri travels to Memphis to take on the 15th-ranked undefeated Memphis Tigers. That's your soccer schedule in the SEC, and that's your SEC update. Brought to you by Bo Harris Wealth Management. Bo knows dough. 318-670-3101. In every client meeting, Bo says, my first question is, what are you thinking about when lying awake at 2 in the morning? That's what Bo Harris Wealth Management wants to address. Bo says, I sell peace of mind. Addressing the problems that worry us is my calling, especially when it involves our financial lives. BoHarrisWM.com, 318-670-3101, 223 Fannin in downtown Shreveport. Joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline as part of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations, your head coach of the Logansport Tigers, state championship winning quarterback, state championship winning coach. It's Kevin Magee. What's up, Kev?
Not much, guys. How is everybody?
Yeah, it's going A-okay, buddy. Man, as difficult as it is there any way to take us through what was going through your mind and your wife Candy's mind as your son Colin experienced an injury Your quarterback is your son, an elbow injury. What happens when that goes through? Because I'm sure you go from being coach to daddy pretty doggone quick.
Yeah, but it's kind of, I mean, I don't know if words can really describe, where you're at emotionally, where we were at mentally, from a coaching standpoint. I mean, still have a job to do, at that point, knowing something's probably really wrong, but not 100%, and still trying to be optimistic. We've been dealing with this all summer, and so there's been a lot of pain and discomfort. It was a growth plate injury in the elbow, and so we rested for 6-8 weeks, and it has started to fuse back and started to heal. And, we knew that it wasn't completely healed, but we were told, hey, you can't hurt it by throwing, anymore. So we're just trying to fight through it. And on his third throw, he grabbed it and turned around and looked at me, and I could see it in his eyes. He's like, Dad, something popped. And so at that point, you just pull him out, and there was some odd, pain that we hadn't felt before. So we called and went in the next morning, and that what had started to heal on the inside of the elbow broke completely away from the bone. And so now we're going this Friday. They're going to put a screw in it, and, it's a 2 to 3 month healing process, and hopefully go through some PT and be back in the spring and start this process over again and see if we can't get it right for next year.
Buddy, I am so if it happens to any kid, you hate this stuff because, no matter what, if you're putting in your time to be a better wide receiver, if you're putting in your time to be a better defensive tackle, if you're putting in the time to go out there and be a better kicker or snapper. So it's not just a quarterback spot, but anytime a kid who puts in the effort and is looking forward to it experiences something like that to where the season's over before he gets a chance to get it started, it's gut-wrenching, man. And then it's somebody that and it's his son, and it's somebody that that's coaching his son. It just kind of hits a lot different. I'm sure that you've had a lot of people pour in as many good thoughts, vibes, prayers, love as much as they can for you and Candy as Colin tries to deal with this as well. What do you tell your son, though, as he experiences probably the greatest disappointment he's had in his young life?
Yeah, and I think I have to kind of go back to what I typically tell them. I have to tell myself and him again is we can only control the things that we can control, and this one's out of our control. It wasn't because it wasn't a contact injury. It's not an overuse injury. It's not anything we did or didn't do. It's just a combination of things. There for like a 6-month period, he grew, probably 6 inches. And so the whole time we're trying to pray that he's getting taller, right? Well, that arm's elongating, and we're continuing to throw, and we had no idea, that these things were going on. So it was just a perfect storm of causing some problems. And even since this has happened, I mean, we've had, people reach out with whose kids have said, hey, I mean, they sent us a picture like, I had the same surgery. He still got a screw in his elbow, and the injuries are identical, and it's that same growth spurt at that time of the age, their age, and just throwing, and I don't know, man. It's just a weird situation, and it's just tough because you wait. I'll say coaching him since flag football when he was 5, looking forward to these 30 weeks, right? Because that's what it comes down to is 3 10-week seasons, and to have one of them just absolutely taken away from you, for something that's out of our control and that we didn't feel like we didn't deserve. But again, we can't control that. We can only move on and do the best that we can do, and look forward to down the road, I guess.
Yeah. Well, and as I expressed to you, privately. And I'm sure a lot of folks do the same thing, man. Sorry for Colin. Sorry for all of you. And I know it's got to hit you pretty tough. But as you said, Candy gets to be the mom, and that's awesome. And she gets to try to help take care of him and help his feelings and help him get through it mentally, as you do too. But you also have 33 other boys out there that are still looking at you as Coach Magee, not Daddy, so you've had to put that aside. So who's the next man up there at QB?
So we'll go back to Keaton Kaysen, who played all of last year. I mean, he's got a full 12 months, and basically 17, 18 weeks of football under his belt, and he stepped in. He and I sat down and had a long conversation Sunday, and I gave him the option because it was his decision back in January that he knew he had the opportunity to play, 45 snaps of offense, or he could play 90 to 100 snaps of a lot of other positions. Super strong kid, weight room kid, just, one that and we've talked about this. He was going to play, even last week in the scrimmage, he played wide receiver, he played the tailback, he played the run back, he played he played linebacker, he's a special teams guy. And so, he said, I'll do whatever it takes to win. And that was never questioned on my behalf. I knew he would. I said, but is that what you want to do? And he absolutely was bought in and has looked really good the last 2 days. So, we have a guy who's seasoned and knows what winning football is from the quarterback position. He's played on the big stage. We've made the semifinals. So,
yeah,
just kind of go back to the drawing board and readjust some things schematically, move some guys around, and we're still going to be really good. I mean, I'm still very, very super excited for the season. Kyle is, he's out here at practice every day. He's staying in the ear of everybody, so he's kind of taking on that role of, I can't physically do anything, but I can mentally and emotionally help whoever. He's helping run the drone and film practice, and however he can be involved. I mean, he's already said that I want to hope I have surgery early Friday because I'm going to the jamboree. That's been our life. His whole life has been revolved around the field and the football, and so that's not going to change for us. Just you have conversations at home now that are a little bit different, not so much football related, but about life. And so, yeah, I mean, the guys are excited. We have a really good football team. We had a good scrimmage, and I really expect us to have a phenomenal season.
Well, and that was going to be my next thing that, you've already covered what I was going to ask about it. How much does Plan B resemble Plan A? It sounds like pretty close, huh? As far as.
Yeah, very, very similar. Okay. Not a lot of changes. I mean, we're not having to reinvent the wheel or reteach a guy, or teach a guy to play quarterback that never has. I mean, I feel really, really good with teaching that quarterback, and he's a leader. He's a senior. The guys respect him. He's earned it. So yeah, I mean, we're gonna insert the next guy and move on.
And then you look at, since you've been there, Logansport's basically winning 9 or 10 games a year on average, and so there is a level of excellence. To me, that's excellent. If you win 9 or 10 games a year, that usually means you're only going to have either 1, 2, or 3 losses typically. And there was that weird year that you started off 0-4, but that ended up okay, as a matter of fact,
right,
as the way things kind of went the rest of that year. But to win 9 or 10 games every single stinking year on average, especially at a community where you may have 22 kids, you may have 32 kids, you don't have 140 on the roster or whatever. What is the most common denominator, you think, of the Logansport Tiger football program and the Logansport Tiger football teams that you've had, that they're able to all kind of have the same almost results year in and year out?
I think the kids take on the responsibility on their shoulders. They understand what is expected of them. We don't hide that. We put that out there. And it's a level of responsibility for them to play at a high level and win. I think it's consistency within our staff with quality coaches that continue to push, and we teach and coach year round. And it's a way of life. And I do think it has a lot to do with our community and the support that we get at school. I mean, I think there's a lot of things, not just one or two, to be really good and be good consistently. If you look across the board at the teams across the state that are year in, year out, they're consistent in all 3 or all 4 of those phases. Kids that are willing to do what's asked of them at any time, to work hard, the weight room, the off season, a community that supports, administration that supports, school boards that support, and then you move on. I mean, winning comes with that, and I think it's contagious. And when we lose, it's like a funeral, and we make that not the norm, whereas there are certain times where that has been the norm. And, when you feel it's okay, it's time to move on, because it's not okay for me ever, and it's not okay for our kids or our community.
Kevin Magee, head coach of the Logansport Tigers, joining us here as part of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations. And, Kevin, we had a discussion earlier about the Saints, about how it doesn't look great, as far as they're underdogs in 16 of 17 games, according to the sports books. And so many people, and I get it. There's a lot of folks that say, they're going to tank. They need to try to lose. How do you talk to somebody who tries to think that a football player will go out there and put their body on the line, whether it's for 48 minutes of a high school game or 60 minutes of a college or NFL game, and not try to win? I mean, that kind of mentality just doesn't fit in the sport, does it?
No, nobody that steps on that field that plays is trying to lose or not be successful. I don't believe that at any level, at any juncture. I really don't. I think, if that's the case, if you look like down the season and you're, in a 17-game season for the NFL and they're 0-15, yeah, okay, let's try not to go have a season-ending injury. But at this point, everybody is fighting for a spot on the roster as a starter and to win. And I believe that, and I don't think they have the roster that's the flashiest. And, but again, you're going to get 60 guys go out every Sunday and try their best to go make a paycheck and win. And because theirs is obviously monetarily supported. So you go have a great year and you get those bonuses. I mean, those are individual accolades and accomplishments and stepping stones that get them more money. So, who's going to sandbag in that aspect?
Mm-hmm. Well, exactly. Kevin Magee, who, along with his bride and family, are going through a rough one with son injured last week in the scrimmage. But the show goes on, and boy, it sounds like Colin's got a great attitude. I'm sure. I just can't imagine. I know that Rogers and I are 60 and 61 years old, but if I'm 16 or 17 and I couldn't have played football, I don't know how I'd have handled it, And so the fact that he's got you guys to help him through it and that he has already embraced just being a part of the team in any way he can sure seems like a good sign, man. I sure hope, Kevin, that surgery goes perfect, and we'll all be certainly keeping Colin in our thoughts and our prayers, and for the medical people who are also taking care of that, for them as well, man. So our best to Colin, and good luck this weekend in the Jamboree and the good old DeSoto Parish Jamboree as well, Kev. Always enjoy visiting with you, man.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you guys.
You bet, Kev. Kevin Magee, head coach of the Logansport Tigers. That's a tough thing to deal with, Raj. You got to remain optimistic. You got to remain, on point for your kids that are out there still sweating and bleeding for you. But your flesh and blood is hurting, and that's a tough thing. And I just don't know how. I have no point of reference for that, I just don't. And so I'm sure there are some coaches out there who have had their kids play for them and have had suffered injuries, and it is not easy. When we come back, we're going to Glenbrook as more of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations continue with Greg Tibbitt. We're in the happy hour. Our show presented by Alsco.com. Our show also coming at you courtesy of Chevyland. Shop, click, drive, Chevyland.com. Rogers, we are now just 9 days away from Friday Football Frenzy.
It's time. It's time. It's time.
Friday Football Frenzy powered by Chevyland. The 13th year, the best high school radio show in the country. It's got nothing to do with Hester, got nothing to do with Ruben, and it sure as hell ain't got nothing to do with me. It's got everything to do with our wonderful correspondents who give us updates from all over the area of high school games every single Friday night for 12 consecutive Fridays on 101.7 FM, 710 Keel. It's Friday Football Frenzy, brought to you by the #1 Chevy dealership in the area, by a dealership that is among the 250 greatest Chevy dealerships in the country. It's Chevyland, 7500 Uri Drive in Shreveport. Shop, click, drive, Chevyland.com. Together, let's drive. Back with Greg Tibbitt right after this.
11:30 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports, powered by Jack Spring Electric.
These gems don't just glisten, they pay. Play Lucky Gems from the lottery. Win up to $4,000. Stop at your favorite lottery retailer and ask for Lucky Gems today. Keep it rolling straight to your wallet and play money rolls from the lottery. Win up to $15,000. Visit any lottery retailer and pick up money rolls today. Louisiana Lottery, giving you a reason to smile. Must be at least 21 to purchase.
We all make choices about alcohol. Kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad. Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Hey, remind me about that party again?
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations, and they want honest answers in everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path, because when you talk, they hear you. Learn more at underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Looking for reliable electrical services? Look no further than Jack Spring Electric. From industrial to commercial to residential needs, we've got you covered. Our expert team ensures top-notch service every time, keeping your operations running smoothly and your homes powered up. And when the power goes out, trust our generators to keep your lights on and your business going strong. Visit jackspringelectric.com for all of your electrical needs. For quality you can trust, visit jackspringelectric.com today. Jack Spring Electric, powering your world.
This Labor Day, the Home Depot is here to help you prep for the season. So no matter what you're working on, you can get your backyard ready for all the fall festivities. Refresh your garden with savings on a wide selection of colorful mums. Liven up your outdoor space with vibrant string lights. And find the perfect grill for your backyard barbecues this season from our wide selection of grills under $300. Get your fall project started this Labor Day at the Home Depot.
There are so many reasons to shop at Chevyland. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the area, for Pete's sake. But I'm just telling you right now, if you're in the market for a Silverado, that's the place to be. The Silverado LTZ that I'm driving around has everything that I'm looking for. Look, I'm getting older. Maybe I don't drive as well as I used to, which is why I love the front and rear parking sensors, the surround view camera system, all right there in that Silverado LTZ from Chevyland. 7500 Uri Drive in Shreveport. Together, let's drive.
Morse & DeWitt Injury Lawyers built a practice on representing real people with real injuries and have obtained real results. Their success stories speak for themselves. Visit morrisedewitt.com. Paid on lawyer spokesperson Shreveport, Trey Morris, LA 2417188. Results may vary.
Are you experiencing fatigue, low libido, muscle loss? At Rejuva Medical, we specialize in medically monitored hormone replacement therapy. Begin your journey to a better you at RejuvaMeMedical.com. That's REJUVIME medical.com.
When the game goes into overtime. But the game goes into overtime. The choice to enjoy is easy. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Pick up Bud Light at your local convenience store today. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger.
Everybody, Tim Fletcher Show with Rogers Hampton, presented by Alsco.com. Alsco, uniforms, linens, facility care, and so much more, including first aid supplies as well. Our little radio show is also brought to you by Daiquiri Express. Oh, buddy, Daiquiri Express. And what's on tap? Customer Appreciation Day is this Saturday. Open 11 a.m. until. Did you know that what's on tap? 1207 Shreveport Barksdale Highway. Buy one, get one drinks from open until close. There's going to have the Taqueria Flores food truck on site. Free taco with purchase starting at 5 o'clock. And yes, they will have the LSU game as well ready for you. Customer Appreciation Day this Saturday, August 30th. BOGO on all drinks, open to close. Free taco with purchase of a drink. LSU Clemson on the big screen. Since 1999, What's on Tap has been more than a bar. It's been a home away from home. For 25 years, people have shared laughs, karaoke nights, LSU game days, birthdays, and started new friendships. None of it would be possible without you, the customer, who make every night unforgettable. So cheers to 26 years of memories and many more to come. What's on tap? Customer Appreciation Day this Saturday, right there in Shreve City in the Round Building at the base of the Barksdale Bridge on the Shreveport side of the Red River. Yes, sir. Joining us now on the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline as part of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations, your head coach of the Glenbrook Apaches, it's Greg Tibbitt. Good morning, Greg. How in the world are you, buddy?
Good morning. Doing good. How are y'all doing?
We're all right, man. Just kind of curious here how things went in the old scrimmage against Green Oaks and Lakeview Thursday. Did you get what you wanted accomplished?
We did. We saw some things. We got some things on film that we needed to see, and you know how that kind of the first year, you just need to get things on that you can teach from. Kind of a slow start, which was expected. A few mistakes, just kind of ironing those things out. But it was a good night for us. We got some things on film that we needed to see.
I know we were talking with Jess Curtis of Southside earlier, and he was talking about how just a couple of alignment problems cost them against the mighty Catholic High Bears. And I'm thinking, man, I bet that is probably one of the biggest benefits of having a scrimmage and a jamboree nowadays is just getting kids lined up in the right spot. Is that one of the things that you also are hoping to see and had trouble with, or were glad to see that your kids did line up in the right spot?
100%. It's one of those things. I mean, you even see it in like NFL preseason games, just kind of working out all the kinks. And those guys are a lot older and make more money than ours for sure. But you enjoy getting the opportunity to do that. Just having those scrimmages and working out some of those things. But like I said last week, we got a young team anyway. Mostly 9th and 10th graders. And some of those guys hadn't had varsity experience. So that was a good thing for us.
Ryan Reagan, I guess that's your QB1, right?
Yes, sir.
How did he handle just the mental aspect of being QB1 in his first efforts?
Kind of a slow start. He came off the field after that first series, like, oh man, it's moving fast for me. But he settled down and threw a touchdown to Carson Powell against Lakeview, and then in our little goal line session, he rolled around and got away from pressure and made a great throw for a touchdown against Green Oaks. So there were a lot of little things that he did really well that once he kind of slowed it down and settled down, and I just think he's going to get better each week with experience and just being able to kind of see what we're doing and see what it looks like from a quarterback's point of view. So there were a lot of good things he did, and I think it's only going to get better for him.
What grade is he in?
He's a junior.
He's a junior? Okay. And that's good. Get a couple of years with him.
Right.
Also, what does a player like Hudson Glasscock bring to the table?
He's just a really good linebacker for us. I mean, he gets us lined up. He makes our calls. But he's a physical linebacker. He's going to do great in run fits, and he got a couple of carries, at running back for us as well. But he really brings a lot, leadership and just your true inside linebacker mentality on the defensive side of the ball.
Now you go from scrimmage to jamboree. You're going to take on Loyola, who more than likely, I assume, will not be playing their starting quarterback, Bryce Restovich, after he got banged up a little bit. Does it matter what the score is in a jamboree at all, or are you just trying to see how – I want to see how these 5 plays go. I want to see how these 4 plays go. I want to see how this young man does in a situation where he's facing 2 blockers at once or whatever. Is it more situational or is it more scoreboard watching?
I think it's more situational, especially like you turn on film a little bit. And Loyola's got a really good football team. Got a lot of the kids out, and they're coached really well. I mean, they do all those little things really well. So I think it's more situational. We're going to put our kids in some situations to see how we do things. It's only a quarter. So, you kind of move from that scrimmage last week that's more of a glorified practice to more of a quarter. So you're getting a little bit closer to real game situations. So, we're going to approach it that way. We're not really worried about the scoreboard in those quarters. I mean, if you light it up against a team like Loyola, yeah, you can definitely celebrate. But we're trying to see where we are and see things that we do well and things that we can kind of hone in on and build on to move forward.
What about the conditioning of the Apaches so far?
I think we're in good shape right now. This cooler weather this week and next probably doesn't hurt, but I think we're in good shape. We're healthy right now. No real injuries, and I think we're moving right along where we need to be.
Do the kids understand how fortunate they are with the break in the weather they're getting right now?
I don't think so. I really don't. You look at it, and it's supposed to be low 80s, upper 70s, and things like that. The first week of September, that's not normal here. I get it. So I don't know if they appreciate it or not, but I do.
Well, yeah, I bet you do. It was Ryan Reagan's first time out there as QB1. It was your first time out there as HC1. How did you handle the game-like situation in some of those instances in the scrimmage last week?
I think it's a learning process just for me and them, kind of learning how our kids are going to play the game and them kind of learning how I'm going to coach the game, how I'm going to call the game, and what from pregame all the way through the end of the game, what's going to look like. So I think it's kind of a learning experience on both sides for me and for them. But I thought it went really well. Like I said earlier, we got a lot of good things that we needed to see on film and got an opportunity Friday to go over those things after Thursday night. And so I think it went well. I think we'll just build on it from here.
Once again, Greg Tibbitt joining us, Glenbrook Apache's head coach. It won't be long before Magnolia School of Excellence will be your season opener, and then Bossier, and then Ringgold. And you look at what Magnolia has done the last few years. They've struggled to kind of get some traction. Ringgold, kind of the same thing. As a head coach, how much do you kind of look at the schedule and start visualizing how things could go in those games, or do you try to avoid that at all costs right now?
I try to avoid that. It sounds kind of cliche, but, you try to just go one game at a time. And even more so when you have a young team, you never know, how those things could go. You see young teams all the time. You may upset somebody in the season that nobody thought you'd beat, and then you may lose to somebody that everybody thought you would beat. So that's just part of being young. So I think you got to really focus on just one game at a time. And understand where your team is and things that you need to build on and work on as far as you are.
We like to use our Goodwill Industries of North Louisiana unsung hero exactly for what it is in high school sports, and that is a kid that, maybe not getting the attention or the accolades that a lot of other kids may get. Who would be kind of an unsung hero from Goodwill Industries right now for the Glenbrook Apaches?
I really think Carson Powell. Carson's a sophomore, 6'3" receiver. He's a really good basketball kid. Has kind of made a name for himself on the court. Hasn't played a lot of football, but he had a big 60-something yard touchdown catch last Thursday night. He had a couple of catches over the middle on our mesh stuff, and so I think he's really learning. I think he's kind of grasping the fact of being a 6'3" receiver, and we can kind of play basketball on grass and kind of understanding that. So I'd say he is for us right now.
Hey, nothing wrong with being 6'3" playing wide receiver, buddy.
No, sir.
That dog will hunt. The Saints may be calling him here pretty soon, so geez Louise. Again, the scrimmage, the jamboree this week, is it at Loyola or your place?
It's at our place this year. Our place.
Right.
It'll be us, Loyola, and Montgomery.
All right, here we go, buddy. And that is the last dress rehearsal before the real thing starts. And every minute counts, though, for a young team with a coach as his first head coaching job. And it's nice to have JT, James Thurman, and other guys on that staff that help you out as well, I'm sure. But, buddy, it is so much fun. What Glenbrook has accomplished already in their short time in the LHSA is really, really amazing. So kudos to everybody that has got this thing rolling, starting with Coach Feaster there and just keep it on with Reagan. And now you get the shot to help these boys get through as many wins as they possibly can, man. And I hope that it goes well for you, injury-free on Friday, and then we'll be talking regular season football with you next week, Greg. Really looking forward to that, buddy.
Well, thank y'all. I appreciate it.
You bet. Greg Tibbitt, head coach of the Glenbrook Apaches. Jump on it. Jamboree time. Whoop, whoop. Your Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations brought to you by the fine folks over at Skent-N-Dent, 814 Shreveport, Barksdale. Hey, man, get up to 50% off big box store prices. There may be a little scratch, maybe a little dent here and there, but the appliance still gets the job done. They've been around here in Shreveport, Bossier since 2013, 814 Shreveport, Barksdale. Go see Devin and Rance over at Skent-N-Dent. Bringing you our Coaches Conversations. We got an LSU update as well as a visit with Justin Scogin on the docket from our Little presentation we put on here, courtesy of the fine folks over at Alsco, 318-636-0404. Back after this.
At Home Electric, your number one choice for expert electrical services and Briggs & Stratton generator installations. Their certified electricians deliver top-rated service. With only 5-star reviews, they're lighting the way to a brighter home. Visit athomeelectric.us today. That's athomeelectric.us.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Are you passionate about making a difference in your community? The Caddo Council on Aging needs you. Become a volunteer ombudsman and advocate for the rights and well-being of individuals in nursing and long-term care facilities. Your compassion and dedication can help ensure residents' rights are not violated. Join the team and be their voice. For more information or to report a concern, call the Caddo Council on Aging at 318-676-7900. Volunteer today and change a life tomorrow.
The pumpkin spice latte is back at Starbucks. Crafted with our signature espresso and real pumpkin sauce. Then topped with whipped cream, cinnamon, and nutmeg. The PSL. Get it while it's hot or iced. Only at Starbucks.
Labor Day savings are here at the Home Depot with up to 35% off, plus up to an extra $450 off select appliances like LG. Keep your routines running smoothly with an LG refrigerator you can count on from the Home Depot. And with the connected ThinQ app, you'll know if the door is left open and when to replace the filter. Gear up for fall with Labor Day savings on LG, America's most reliable appliance brand at the Home Depot. Offer valid August 21st through September 10th, U.S. only. See store online for details.
Log on and check out these great deals where your dollars go further and you can cash in and save at El Mariachi. Authentic Tex-Mex flavor that makes your mouth water. Sharks of Bossier for the best fried fish or chicken in town. Tropical Smoothie Cafe to dive into refreshing smoothies and scrumptious meals for lunch or dinner. Sobo Cafe, your Ben coffee spot with made-from-scratch sweets and sandwiches too. Just log on to seizethedeal.com/Shreveport to get yours today.
SeizeTheDeal.com.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Shreveport's home for sports.
Welcome back, guys. Tim Fletcher Show, Rogers, Hambone, Hampton. Alsco presenting the Tim Fletcher Show during the happy hour. Your quick LSU update brought to you by River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery, rivercitieslighting.com. A couple of things that the players had to say yesterday. Harold Perkins talking about the Clemson matchup is going to be a dogfight. Don't let them run. Garrett Nussmeier addressed rumors about his knee injury, saying he never took a bad hit or went down. It's weird the world we're living in. I'm good. I'm 100%. And Whit Weeks talking about, shared what defensive coordinator Blake Baker told him at this camp, that it's produced the best tackling defense he's been a part of statistically. He said that's what you want out of a defense, Weeks said. You have to be able to tackle. And Chris Hilton, reflecting on coming back from an injury, leaned on his faith. He said, it's been a long time coming. I thought last year was going to be my time, but God had other plans for me. So I took it as a lesson and not a loss. And now I'm ready for what he has for me. LSU Clemson, 6:30, season opener, pregame 4:30, right here on 1130 The Tiger. Your LSU updates brought to you by River Cities Lighting and Rug Gallery, 3908 Shed Road in Bossier City, rivercitieslighting.com. Joining us now on the Mudbug Hockey Hotline as part of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations, your head coach of the Airline Vikings, it's Justin Scogin. Good morning, Justin. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys? How are y'all?
I'm doing A-okay. You scrimmaged Northwood last week. Same thing that we kind of, the nice generic question. How did it go? Did you get what you wanted accomplished out of the scrimmage?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the same thing I tell everybody. Yeah, I got exactly what we wanted out of it, and I was driving over to the stadium, I was passing a policeman, I had my seatbelt on. Anyway, I got a little nervous. I mean, I was on my little road, so I mean, I don't think I'm required by law, but I don't know. Anyway, still, you still kind of get nervous no matter what when they pass by you. No, anyway, we got what we wanted, I guess. I mean, it was, there's just scrimmage. Scrimmage just kind of is what it is. I always tell the kids, we either get better as a program or we get worse as a program. There's no score. It's, we're going to run our base stuff no matter what front coverage they're in. So, I mean, I thought, 100% we got better as a program. I thought we did we saw the things we needed to see, and we did the stuff we needed to do. And I was very pleased.
Chase Williams, kind of he's the slide monitor QB, obviously a young man that you trust. So how did that show up on the field when you trust a kid like that? I really feel like there's nothing we can't do. I don't feel like it's a situation where, hey, we're breaking in a new quarterback. We can't run these plays. We can't do this stuff, because he's not quite ready. He prepared himself the last 2 years as if he was the starter. And, so we rock and roll into week one. Jamboree this week, but we rock and roll into week one, and we're, everything's wide open because, how well he's prepared for this moment for the last, really year. You've got a talent like Kenny Darby, 5-star wide receiver, maybe one of the best to come around, probably the best since Terrace Marshall, maybe. The upside is obvious. I can't think of a downside other than possibly overusing him. Is that a concern?
No, it's never a concern. I mean, you want to get the ball to the guys, and but the thing for us is, we look at it as if we have 5 to 7 guys that can make plays for us. It's not just a situation where we're going to depend on Kenny and have to get Kenny the ball every time. We're still going to we're going to use him and we're going to use him to the best we can, and we're going to try to get him the ball as much as possible. But it's not a situation where when they double, triple cover him, we're going to force him the ball. We have plenty of other guys that we want to get the ball. And, the thing about Kenny is, when the lights come on and all that stuff, that's when he's in his best. So, sometimes when you throw him the 50-50 ball, usually when it goes up, there's more than an above average chance that he's going to catch the ball. So it turns from 50-50 to 80-20 when you throw it to him.
And you were at Parkway when Terrace and Brandon were there, right?
I did, yeah. I coached Terrace, Justin, Wood T, Tay Mike, all them. And then they're all great. Terrace, me and Terrace still talk to this day. And I tell a lot of people, man, he was a great player. Kenny is just as good or better than he was at this point. Yeah, I mean the two it's hard to say either one of them is better than the other. With the stuff that we do now, Kenny's a little more versatile with the stuff that we do. So I mean it's hard to tell. The difference in Terrace and Kenny is Terrace is in the NFL, and that's the difference. Terrace has proven how good he was in high school. He proved how good he was in college, and he's proved how good he was in the NFL to stay there for 4 or 5 years. Mm-hmm. So that's the only glaring difference right now between the two, is that Terrace has done what he's had to do to stay in the league for a long time, and Kenny still has that in front of him.
Let's go to the other side of the ball. You got a linebacking crew with Keandre Gardner and Braylon Jackson, I believe. What are their responsibilities in the Airline defense in particular?
Oh, I mean, and I always tell people, Braylon's an old school kid. I mean, he's the guy that's going to go fill the hole, and he's going to come with bad intentions, and he's going to shoot his hips, and he's going to try to take you out when he tackles you. Keandre is very physical and all that, but he's more of a sideline-to-sideline guy. He makes a lot of stuff right on the outside. He had a really good scrimmage along with Braylon. But those two guys, Braylon's pretty much a 3-year starter. Dre's a 2-year starter. Jeremiah Epps on the back end's a 3-year starter. Zeus is a 2-year starter. There's a lot of guys that are coming back on the defense that have started a lot of meaningful games for us and understand a lot of meaningful schemes and what to do and where to go and all that stuff. So, we're I feel like this is the best defense we've had since I've been here.
Wow. Okay. That's kind of nice to hear. As far as where experience comes back, you mentioned 3 years experience, 2 years experience. Where does it show up most in the high school football level outside of the quarterback spot? What position group kind of does, if you've got an experienced guy there, you can really tell a difference that the guy's played a lot of football?
I think, offensively, obviously it's the quarterback.
Right.
And just the more guys you have offensively that know, what to do when things go bad. Kenny has an innate ability to just figure it out on the fly, sometimes too much. But, he finds ways to get the ball, with Keandre and Jeremiah and Braylon and all this. They've been there for long enough to see, hey, when they get in this formation, these people want to do this, or, this is the gap I need, or we need to exchange this, or I got this guy coming out of the back. So, I mean, they've done it so many times and they've done it for so long that they just kind of understand what's going on the field. It's kind of hard to say defensively, which one, because, but obviously it's probably Braylon, because he's the guy that is in the middle and he's kind of in the thick of things. So I guess you could say him.
As far as the physical nature of things, you mentioned how Braylon's kind of an old school, likes to wreck folks a little bit. When you have someone like that, you certainly kind of want to see that kind of permeate, right? You want that to be a contagious disease that captures the defense. Is that something that is happening at Airline when Braylon is on like that and he lays a lick? Do you kind of notice that other guys start getting more physical, or is this something that you already have in store at Airline with that defense?
No, I think it's kind of something that we've done as a staff. Our defensive staff is really big on, hey, let's do ones-on-ones all the time, and let's go hit, and let's put our best guys against our best guys every day. So, I think that plays in a little bit to why we've been, a little bit more physical, and depending on how long we can go going just straight ones-on-ones and all that. Because right now we've done it every day, of practice, and we've just gone out there and gotten after it, and we go 2s and 3s before we make sure everybody gets in and does that stuff. But I think as a staff and having such a veteran staff and all that in a lot of years, and I think the kids play into it too. Those guys enjoy being physical. But I think we've done a good job of doing it the right way. We're not hurting our kids going ones-on-ones. We're getting a whole lot of stuff out of it. And I think, by judging by the 2 games that we've had so far, I think we're more physical than ever, especially up front. We're not as big, and we're not as big. We're a little bit bigger than usual, but I think we're doing a whole lot better playing technique and being physical.
Justin Scogin joining us, Airline Vikings head coach, part of our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversation. Last thing I have for you, Kenny's going to get all this attention, and rightfully so. He's a super talented kid. And productive as well. Let's not forget that. But you also have guys like Terrence Hayes, David Allen, Matt Moore. What are those attributes of those guys and what they bring to the table?
Well, I mean, I think they have to try to follow the same trend of Kenny 2 or 3 years ago. When Kenny was a sophomore, nobody knew who he was. And he kind of burst onto the scene, and that was because of the way he was able to make plays. And people were worried a lot more about Jarvis Davis, and then we had Trey Jackson, and we had all those guys, and Kenny was kind of the little brother at the time. But all of a sudden, after we played North DeSoto, everybody knows about Kenny Darby. And I think that's the same thing that those guys that we just mentioned, which one of those guys can get to the point where it's like, okay, we have to stop Terrence Hayes too, or we have to stop Preston Hughes, or we have to stop Matt Moore or Justin Woodfork, or all these guys that we have, because we have a lot of depth, Chris Hart, Tobias Williams, all these guys that we have, the question is going to eventually end up like, hey, we can't double Kenny anymore because we have Preston Hughes over here, or we can't double outside because Matt Moore is going to kill us in the middle, or, I kind of think it's, it's always the competition. It's always a race, a fun race amongst each other to see, hey, who's going to take advantage of Kenny being the best wide receiver in America, because it's a unique deal where, you get to play on the opposite side of Kenny Darby, who's going to get, double team, triple team. So you have a huge opportunity to go out and really kind of burst onto the scene the same way he did, a couple of years ago with Trey Jackson, and Jarvis Davis and all those guys, that kind of opened stuff up for him. And now he's the guy that everybody knows. And I told the story the other day, when somebody was talking about the reverse we ran at Union Parish a couple of years ago when we beat Union Parish in the very end, which was 100% Sherrod Fields, our special teams coordinator. He coached, he schemed it up, he coached it, he called it and all that stuff. I don't want people giving me credit for that. But what I told somebody was they were kicking to Kenny. They were kicking to a kid going to LSU, not at the time, obviously, but they were kicking it to Kenny to keep it away from Trey Jackson.
Yeah.
They didn't want to kick it to 24. And Kenny caught the ball and he executed it perfect. And, so, you add that in, it just kind of shows the whole dynamic of, when guys progress and they really get better, now nobody's going to kick it to one. They're all going to kick it to, a player to be named later. And if we're 10-0, then you're going to say, well, they're going to have to begrudgingly kick it to Terrence Hayes, or they're going to have to begrudgingly kick it to Chris Hart, or, people like that to stay away from Kenny. And it's all about the next guy that's really going to step up and kind of turn into that household name.
Justin Scogin, your household name on Airline Drive. We're actually on Viking Drive and Airline. Your head coach of the Airline Vikings, and always a pleasure to visit with. Justin, thanks a lot for your time, buddy, and look forward to every single week to finding out more about that incredible Airline Viking squad that you have assembled over there with your coaching staff. Thanks for your time, buddy.
I'm pumped up, man. Thank y'all.
You bet. When we come back, Richie Casey joins us to wrap up our Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations here during Happy Hour and the show presented by Alsco.com. That Chevy Silverado 1500 LTZ Texas Edition that I am cruising around in is just a dream truck. I love the leather upholstery. It's got the cooling seats that are going to come in handy so much here as these temperatures warm up. Can you imagine the summer without cooling seats and leather upholstery? As big as I am, not a pretty picture. But the Silverado LTZ from Chevyland is going to take care of me as it always does. Chevyland, together, let's drive.
Save big during Labor Day at Lowe's. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. Plus, buy more to get up to an additional 20% off. Shop even more savings with 3 Stay Green 1 cubic foot vegetable and flower garden soil bags for $10. This Labor Day, take care of your home for less at Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid through 9/3. Soil offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Selection varies by location. Select locations only. While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
103.3 FM and 1130 The Tiger, Fox Sports plays here.
Welcome back, guys. Skent-N-Dent Coaches Conversations here on the show presented by Alsco. We go straight to the Mudbugs Hockey Hotline where Richie Casey of Homer joins us. Good morning, Richie. How you doing, buddy?
Good morning. Doing good. How about you?
I'm all right, man. Last week you mentioned that your squad was chock full of playmakers. You plan on this being kind of a spread the wealth type of offense, or is there one player in particular you want to see get the bulk of the load for the Homer Pelicans this year?
I wouldn't just say just one player is going to get the bulk of the load. Like I said, we have a bunch of guys that I think can get it done. Got a good group of seniors. One senior that comes to mind right now is he didn't get a chance to play last week, but he'll play this week. Son Travion Fielder, who's a senior wide receiver from us. He plays in slot, fast kid, man. Worked real hard this offseason, and I think he's going to make some big plays for us this year.
Where is the position on the Homer offense that is where you would put a home run hitter? Is it the slot? Is it behind the quarterback, or is it your QB? Who's the guy that, where do they line up? If you want a home run hit for Homer, this is where that position's going to be.
Well, I tell you what, in the past, man, it's always been, our running back. So if we can get one that running back where I can just hand the ball to him and, just call one play, he take it to the house, hey, I'll take it. But really, I'll take it anywhere I can get it. It's just different from year to year. I would love to have, great players everywhere. But, where we do have a great player in a certain spot, we try to give them the ball and let them make plays for us. But, like I said, we have guys all over the field that I think this year can get it done for us, from the running back spot, quarterback spot, and, and receivers also.
Your scrimmage wasn't exactly against the Little Sisters of the Poor. You take on Oak Grove. I don't know how many folks want to take on a squad like that in a scrimmage, because it could also kind of ruin the confidence of your kids if they don't play well or whatever. How did you guys fare against Oak Grove?
I thought we fared well. We were able to move the ball, up and down the field a little bit on them. And like I said, we kind of able to use our speed to get on the edge and make some plays. And we also played well on defense. Our guys tackle well. Those same fast guys on offense play defense also. So those guys tackle well, man. They made some plays, all around the field. So they came out of the scrimmage excited.
Okay.
Anytime you get the team like Oak Grove and, you fare well against them, they'll give you your kids a lot of confidence.
That's absolutely outstanding here. When you talk about your kids are able to tackle well and make some nice plays defensively, man, I would assume that is probably something on every coach's mind, because not everybody goes full tackle. Some go thud. Some you don't want to risk an injury and all that good stuff, but you still want to be physical. And then you finally get a chance to hit somebody else, and you're not sure how your kids are going to handle it. It sounds like your kids handled the physical aspect of seeing the other guys pretty well. How pleasing is that for a coach to see your kids in this day and time still go out there and put their nose in the middle of the mix?
I'll tell you what, man, that's a great point, because that's what you always want to look for, when you get to that scrimmage, because we don't have many kids, so we don't tackle much at practice and take each other down to the ground at all, really. And to get out there in the game and, they were excited, and to go out there and make those tackles and hit, I was excited about that. I came from that, saying like, we can have a pretty good defense, based off how we tackle and things like that. So I was excited about our defense.
It sounds like that you got everything you're looking for out of the scrimmage. So what's the next step you want to see the fellas take in the Jamboree, at the Pineland Jamboree, when you take on Mendon and North Webster at Lakeside this Friday?
Right, those will be two good opponents for us, man. Just two good tests. I just want to see our guys build off of what we did last week. Just the scrimmage last week, so we can't be satisfied, with that, because once we put the film in, there are some things, a lot of things that you can always correct. And what we went over as coaches and what we corrected them on, I want to see them go out there and improve upon that. Mendon will be a pretty tough test for them. They have some great size up front, some physical guys, and they also can run well too. So it'll just be good to see our guys go out and make plays against them, and just improve on what we did last week. And also Northwestern with Coach coming into his second year there. That'll be a pretty good team also.
Going to be a lot of fun there, man. It's Richie Casey, the Homer Pelicans, had a season last year that is not like the other seasons, and that someone like Richie Casey, who has already got a state championship trophy sitting there in the trophy case at Homer High School, they want to do the exact same thing again. And it sounds like they've got speed, you got physical play, you've handled yourself against OG. Can't get much better than that, man. Richie, always a pleasure catching up with you. I got way behind the sticks today at the early part of the hour, so I apologize, Richie. I'm going to make sure we have more time next week, because I'm from Arkansas, Richie. I'm not that smart, So we'll do it all again next week, buddy. Always love catching up with you, though, and what you're doing at Homer. A lot of folks admire. So thank you very much, sir.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you having me on.
You bet. Richie Casey, super duper good dude, and man, was he one hell of a football player. He was something, buddy. Well, this has been something. Thanks again to Skent-N-Dent for our Coaches Conversations. Thanks to our new sponsor, Sports Cards of Louisiana, with 2 locations, one on the base and one on North Market, right affixed to Brookshires on North Market. Thanks to our fine friends at Mudbugs Hockey, Brewer Quality Homes, Brewer Home Center, Live Oak Environmental, Accutem, Sports World, Bailey's Jewelers, Alsco, Community Renewal, Honey Baked Ham, Bowman Asphalt, Chevyland, GBT, Shapen Toyota, Fuzzy's Taco Shop, Walk-Ons, Bo Harris Wealth Management, Spell Brothers Lumber, Chop Shop, Goodwill Industries, Skent-N-Dent, Cormier Family Dentistry, River Cities Lighting, Landers Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram, Chasing Aces, Daiquiri Express, Rejuvenate Medical, Morrison & Wood Injury Lawyers. Thank you all so much. Officer Payne, rest in peace. Thomas of Valley Batch 1284, rest in peace. Hooking Up, Tracking Down, coming your way in 1 hour. The best outdoor show on the radio right here. Raj, where are you going? We got to make room for Hooking Up, Tracking Down. See you tomorrow, kids.
The previous program was paid for by Tim Fletcher.
KWKH, Shreveport, Bossier City, 1130 The Tiger, your home for LSU sports.